Welcome in, fellow summoners. Tonight, under the watchful eyes of the Rift, we shall dive into the legendary tales of Runeterra to guide you gently into the realm of dreams. Before we disappear behind the veil of dreams, take a moment to cast your support spell, tap the like button, and join our magical community by subscribing. Also, I'm curious what time it is in your corner of Runeterra, whether you're watching from the war halls of Noxus, the forests of Ionia, or the depths of the Shadow Isles. Share your location in the comments below. Your participation will be greatly appreciated and helps our magical community grow stronger. Now, the time for incantations has passed. Dim your lights, find your most comfortable position, and prepare to be transported to the world of champions and chaos as we dive into tonight's legendary tales. Chapter 1. The Golden Dawn of Shurima. In the endless expanse of golden sand that stretches across the heart of Runeterra, there once stood a civilization so magnificent that its very name became synonymous with glory itself. Tonight, as we settle into the comfort of our quiet sanctuary, let us journey back through the mists of time to witness the dawn of an empire that would shape the destiny of the world. This is the story of Azir, the Emperor of the Sands, whose rise and fall would echo through millennia, like the whisper of desert winds across ancient stones. Picture, if you will, the greatest city that has ever graced the surface of Runeterra. Imagine spires of gleaming gold reaching toward the heavens, their surfaces catching and reflecting the light of the eternal sun disk that hung suspended above the capital like a second sun. The streets below bustled with life from every corner of the known world, as merchants, scholars, and pilgrims came to pay homage to the jewel of civilization that was ancient Shurima. The air itself seemed to shimmer with magic and possibility, as if the very atoms of creation had been infused with the golden light of divine power. It was into this world of unimaginable splendor that Azir was born, a prince destined for greatness from his very first breath. The royal palace stood at the heart of the capital, its architecture a testament to the artistic and engineering mastery of the Shuriman people. Massive columns carved from single blocks of sandstone supported vaulted ceilings that seemed to disappear into infinity, while intricate hieroglyphs told the stories of emperors past, their deeds immortalized in stone and gold leaf that caught the light like captured starfire. Young Azir's earliest memories were painted in hues of amber and bronze, the warm glow of eternal summer that blessed the Shuriman heartland. He would spend his childhood days wandering through gardens where exotic flowers bloomed in impossible colors, their petals sustained by magic that drew moisture from the very air itself. Fountains of crystal-clear water danced in perfect choreography, their spray creating tiny rainbows that seemed to laugh with the joy of pure creation. Here, in this paradise of plenty, the young prince learned his first lessons about the weight of leadership and the responsibility that came with power. The empire that Azir would one day inherit stretched far beyond the borders of imagination. To the north, Shuriman settlements dotted the coastlines where the great river met the sea, their harbors filled with ships carrying goods from distant lands. To the east and west, caravans followed ancient trade routes protected by the empire's might, bringing exotic spices, rare metals, and precious stones to fill the royal treasury. And to the south, where the desert met the edge of the world, Shuriman explorers pushed ever outward, claiming new territories in the name of their golden emperor. But perhaps the most remarkable aspect of Azir's childhood was not the material wealth that surrounded him, but the relationships that would shape his character and ultimately determine his fate. Among the countless servants and advisors who populated the royal court, one figure stood apart from all others: Zareth, a young slave whose intellect burned as bright as the sun disk itself, had been brought to the palace to serve as a companion and tutor to the prince. From their very first meeting, an unlikely friendship began to bloom between the heir to an empire and the boy who had nothing but his brilliant mind. Zareth possessed a hunger for knowledge that seemed almost supernatural in its intensity. While other children played games of war and conquest, he devoured ancient texts with an appetite that amazed even the palace scholars. His understanding of mathematics, astronomy, and the arcane arts progressed at a pace that defied explanation. Yet, despite his obvious gifts, or perhaps because of them, Zareth remained bound by the chains of servitude that marked his station in Shuriman's society. For young Azir, the friendship with Zareth opened doorways to understanding that mere royal tutoring could never have provided. Through Zareth's eyes, he began to see the Empire, not just as a collection of territories and tribute, but as a living organism composed of millions of individual hearts and minds, each with their own dreams and aspirations. Zareth would speak passionately about the potential for greatness that lay dormant within every citizen of Shurima, regardless of their birth or station, and these conversations planted seeds in Azir's mind that would grow into grand visions of imperial reform and expansion. The two boys would spend countless hours exploring the vast libraries of the palace, where scrolls and tablets contained the accumulated wisdom of ages. Here, among the dust motes that danced in shafts of golden sunlight, they discovered the true history of Shurima's rise to power. They learned of the first emperor who had united the scattered tribes under a single banner, of the great wars that had established the empire's borders, and of the magnificent achievements in art, science, and magic that had made Shurima the envy of the world. But it was the study of Ascension that truly captured their imagination. The ritual that transformed mortal rulers into beings of divine power had been the cornerstone of Shuriman imperial tradition for generations. Each emperor, upon reaching the pinnacle of their earthly achievements, would approach the great sun disk and be transformed into something greater than human. Their consciousness expanded to encompass the vastness of their empire, while their physical form became a living embodiment of the desert's eternal power. Azir would listen with rapt attention as the palace priests described the transformation in reverent whispers. They spoke of the moment when mortal flesh would dissolve into golden sand, only to reform as something magnificent and terrible. The ascended emperor would gain the ability to soar through the heavens on wings of pure energy, to command the very sands of the desert, and to perceive the threads of fate that connected all living things. Yet with these godlike powers came an equally divine responsibility to guide and protect the empire for all eternity. As Azir grew from childhood into adolescence, the weight of his future ascension began to press upon his shoulders like a mantle of gold. He understood that everything he learned, every relationship he forged, and every decision he made was preparing him for that ultimate transformation. The thought filled him with equal measures of excitement and trepidation. To become one of the Ascended was the greatest honor that could befall any mortal, yet it also meant leaving behind the simple pleasures of human existence forever. During these formative years, Azir's character began to take shape in ways that would define his entire reign. He displayed the natural charisma and commanding presence expected of a future emperor, yet he also showed an unusual compassion for the common people of his empire. Unlike many nobles who viewed their subjects as merely resources to be exploited, Azir genuinely cared about the welfare of every citizen under his protection. This benevolent attitude was greatly influenced by his friendship with Zareth, whose own humble origins served as a constant reminder of the vast gulf between ruler and ruled. The young prince also demonstrated an ambitious vision that extended far beyond the maintenance of the status quo. While previous emperors had been content to preserve the empire's existing borders and traditions, Azir dreamed of expansion and innovation on a scale never before attempted. He spoke of building new cities that would dwarf even the magnificent capital, of establishing trade routes that would connect Shurima to the farthest corners of Runeterra, and of cultural achievements that would be remembered for thousands of years. Yet perhaps most significant of all was the promise that Azir made to his dearest friend during those golden years of youth. In a moment of passionate idealism, the prince swore that when he became emperor and underwent his ascension, his first act would be to grant Zareth his freedom. It was a promise born of genuine affection and a noble desire to right the injustices of the world, yet it would prove to be the seed of ultimate tragedy. The palace during Azir's youth was a place where dreams seemed capable of becoming reality through sheer force of will and magical power. The air hummed with possibility, and every dawn brought new wonders to explore and master. The gardens bloomed in perpetual spring, the fountains sang with voices like liquid crystal, and the great sun disk blazed overhead like a promise of eternal glory. It was a time of innocence and hope, when the future stretched ahead like an unwritten scroll waiting to be filled with deeds of magnificence. The friendship between Azir and Zareth during these years represented the very best of what Shurima could achieve. Here was a prince who saw beyond the artificial barriers of class and station, and a brilliant young man whose potential was limited only by the circumstances of his birth. Together, they represented the possibility of a golden age that would surpass even the great achievements of the past. Their bond seemed unbreakable, forged in the fires of shared dreams and mutual respect. As we reflect on these early years of Azir's life, we see the formation of the character traits that would define his entire existence. His natural leadership abilities, his genuine concern for his people's welfare, his ambitious vision for the future, and his capacity for deep friendship all emerged during this golden dawn of his personal empire. Yet we also glimpsed the seeds of his ultimate downfall, the pride that would lead him to attempt the impossible, the naivety that would blind him to the growing darkness in his closest friend's heart, and the stubborn determination that would prevent him from recognizing when dreams have become delusions. The golden sands of time would eventually bury this paradise beneath layers of regret and sorrow. But for now, in these precious moments of youth and possibility, all seemed achievable. The sun disk blazed eternal in the desert sky. The empire stretched mighty and prosperous across the known world, and a young prince prepared himself for a destiny that would shape the fate of Runeterra itself. In these quiet hours before dawn, as you drift toward peaceful rest, consider the weight of preparation that shapes our destinies. How do the friendships and dreams of our youth prepare us for the challenges we will one day face, and what promises do we make in moments of idealism that we may struggle to keep when faced with the complexities of reality? Chapter 2. The Prince's Education. Golden sands whisper of lessons learned in hallowed halls, where knowledge flowed like water through parched earth. As moonlight streams through our window tonight, let us step through the veiled corridors of time, to witness the shaping of a mind destined to command empires. Here, in the sacred chambers where wisdom was forged into power, young Azir began his transformation from dreaming child to future emperor. The education of a Shuriman prince was no mere accumulation of facts and figures, but rather a carefully orchestrated symphony of instruction designed to awaken every aspect of imperial consciousness. Each dawn brought new revelations as the most learned scholars, warriors, and mages in the empire gathered to pour their accumulated wisdom into the vessel of Azir's eager mind. The palace had been transformed into a vast academy, where every room served as a classroom, every corridor a laboratory for learning, and every garden a place of philosophical contemplation. Picture yourself walking beside young Azir as he made his way through the marble halls toward his morning lessons. The weight of expectation followed him like a shadow, yet there was spring in his step and brightness in his eyes that spoke of genuine enthusiasm for the knowledge that awaited. Unlike many royal children who viewed education as a burden to be endured, Azir approached each lesson with the hunger of one who understood that every piece of wisdom gained was another tool in the grand design of his future reign. The day would begin in the Chamber of Histories, where the Empire's greatest chronicler would unfold the vast tapestry of Shuriman civilization before the prince's wondering eyes. Master Akshan, ancient beyond measure and wise beyond description, possessed a voice that could make the dustiest historical text come alive with drama and meaning. Under his tutelage, Azir learned not merely the dates and names of past events, but the deeper currents of cause and effect that shaped the destiny of nations. Through these historical lessons, Azir began to understand the true scope of his inheritance. The Shuriman Empire was not simply a collection of territories conquered by force, but rather a delicate web of cultures, traditions, and peoples held together by the golden thread of imperial vision. He learned of the great migrations that had brought diverse tribes together under Shurima's banner, of the diplomatic alliances that had expanded the empire's influence without bloodshed, and of the cultural exchanges that had enriched Shuriman's civilization with wisdom from across the known world. Master Akshan would often pause in his recitations to pose questions that challenged the young prince's understanding. "Tell me, young Azir," he would say in his voice like autumn leaves rustling in desert wind, "why did Emperor Seshish choose negotiation over conquest when facing the river tribes of the north?" These moments of inquiry forced Azir to think beyond mere memorization, to consider the complex motivations and consequences that drove imperial policy. From the Chamber of Histories, Azir would proceed to the Hall of Governance, where the practical arts of statecraft were taught by ministers who had spent decades serving the empire's administrative needs. Here, surrounded by maps that showed every province, trade route, and strategic resource within Shurima's vast borders, the prince learned the intricate mechanics of imperial rule. The complexity was staggering: tax collection systems that spanned continents, military logistics that coordinated armies across impossible distances, and diplomatic protocols that maintained peace with dozens of neighboring powers. Master Counselor Niramazeth, a woman whose sharp intelligence had earned her a place among the Empire's highest advisors, despite the traditional male dominance of Shuriman politics, became one of Azir's most influential teachers. She possessed an uncanny ability to reduce the most complex governmental problems to their essential elements, then guide the prince through the process of finding elegant solutions. Under her guidance, Azir learned to see the empire not as a static entity but as a living organism that required constant care and attention to maintain its health and vitality. "Power without wisdom is tyranny," Naramizeth would remind her young student during their sessions, "but wisdom without the will to act is mere philosophy. A true emperor must balance both in perfect harmony." These lessons in practical governance opened Azir's eyes to the enormous responsibility that awaited him. Every decision an emperor made would ripple outward to affect millions of lives, and the weight of such authority required not just intelligence, but genuine wisdom and compassion. The afternoon hours were devoted to the arts of war, for even in an empire as mighty as Shurima, the ability to defend one's people remained paramount. In the great courtyard, where the desert sun blazed overhead like a cosmic furnace, Master General Kenti put the prince through rigorous training in both personal combat and military strategy. The clashing of bronze weapons rang across the practice grounds, as Azir learned to wield sword, spear, and bow with the skill expected of a warrior emperor. Yet physical prowess was only one aspect of military education. In the cool shadows of the strategy chamber, miniature armies of carved figures fought endless battles across sand tables that recreated famous historical conflicts. Azir learned to think in terms of supply lines and terrain advantages, of morale and weather conditions, of the thousand variables that could turn victory into defeat, or transform a seemingly hopeless situation into triumphant success. General Kenti's weathered hands would move the tiny figures with practiced precision, as he demonstrated the tactical brilliance of Shurima's greatest military victories. "Remember, young prince," the grizzled veteran would growl as they studied a particularly complex battle scenario. "Soldiers fight with their weapons, but commanders fight with their minds. The greatest victory is the one achieved without unnecessary bloodshed." These lessons instilled in Azir not a love of violence, but rather a deep appreciation for the strategic thinking and careful planning that could minimize the human cost of conflict. But perhaps the most fascinating aspect of Azir's education was his introduction to the mystical arts that lay at the heart of Shuriman power. In the Tower of Celestial Wisdom, where astronomers charted the movement of stars and mages delved into the fundamental forces of creation, the prince began to glimpse the cosmic machinery that governed reality itself. Master Astronomer Zephyra, whose studies had revealed the mathematical precision underlying the apparent chaos of the universe, opened Azir's mind to concepts that stretched the boundaries of mortal comprehension. Here, surrounded by astrolabes and star charts, crystalline lenses that could peer into distant galaxies, and scrolls covered with equations that described the very heartbeat of creation, Azir, learned that magic was not mere superstition, but rather the practical application of universal laws that most minds were too limited to grasp. The sun disk that hung eternal above Shurima's capital was revealed to be far more than a symbol of imperial power. It was a cosmic engine that channeled the fundamental forces of stellar creation into forms that could nurture and sustain an entire civilization. Under Master Zephyra's patient instruction, Azir began to understand the true nature of Ascension. The transformation that awaited him upon assuming the throne was not simply a magical enhancement of his existing abilities, but rather an expansion of consciousness that would allow him to perceive and manipulate the very threads of reality. He learned that the ascended emperors of the past had not merely gained physical power, but had become living conduits through which the cosmic forces could flow to benefit their people. The prince's magical education extended beyond mere theory into practical application. In carefully controlled exercises, he learned to sense the flow of magical energy that permeated all things, to feel the pulse of life that connected every grain of sand to every distant star. These early experiments in magical manipulation were limited by his mortal nature, but they gave him tantalizing glimpses of the vast power that would one day be his to command. Throughout all these diverse studies, Zareth remained Azir's constant companion and intellectual equal. The brilliant young slave demonstrated an aptitude for magical theory that amazed even the palace's most learned mages, often grasping complex concepts with an intuitive understanding that seemed to bypass normal learning entirely. In the quiet hours after formal lessons had ended, the two friends would continue their discussions, exploring ideas and possibilities that stretched far beyond the boundaries of conventional wisdom. It was during these private conversations that Azir's grand vision for Shurima's future began to take shape. Inspired by Zareth's passionate arguments for the fundamental equality of all conscious beings, the prince began to imagine an empire where talent and virtue, rather than birth and bloodline, would determine one's place in society. He dreamed of expanding Shurima's borders, not through conquest but through cultural attraction, of building an empire so magnificent and just that other nations would beg to join rather than resist incorporation. These idealistic visions were encouraged by several of Azir's teachers, who recognized in their student a rare combination of intelligence, compassion, and ambition that might indeed revolutionize the empire. Master Akshan spoke approvingly of historical precedents where enlightened rulers had transformed their realms through progressive policies. Counselor Niramezeth praised the prince's ability to think beyond traditional limitations. Even General Kenti acknowledged that the greatest military victories were often achieved through innovation rather than mere application of established tactics. Yet not all of Azir's education was conducted within the palace walls. As part of his preparation for eventual rule, the prince was sent on carefully planned journeys throughout the empire to observe firsthand the diverse peoples and cultures that would one day be his to govern. These expeditions opened his eyes to the incredible variety of life within Shurima's borders, from the river-dwelling fishermen of the north to the nomadic herders of the southern deserts. In each province he visited, Azir made it his practice to speak directly with common citizens, learning about their daily challenges and aspirations. He witnessed the back-breaking labor of farmers struggling to coax crops from marginal land, the dangerous work of miners extracting precious metals from deep underground, and the delicate artistry of craftsmen whose skills had been passed down through generations. These encounters reinforced his growing conviction that an empire's true strength lay not in its armies or treasures, but in the welfare and contentment of its people. The prince's travels also exposed him to the darker aspects of imperial rule that were carefully hidden from palace life. He saw the harsh conditions endured by slaves in distant mining camps, the poverty that persisted in regions where imperial resources were stretched thin, and the resentment that simmered among conquered peoples who had never fully accepted Shuriman dominance. These revelations troubled Azir deeply and strengthened his resolve to reform the empire when he gained the power to do so. During one particularly memorable journey to the eastern provinces, Azir witnessed a slave uprising that had been brutally suppressed by imperial forces. The sight of hundreds of bodies left to bleach in the desert sun haunted him for months afterward, reinforcing his determination to find more humane solutions to the Empire's social problems. It was this experience that crystallized his private promise to Zereth, transforming a childhood pledge into a solemn oath that would guide his future policies. As Azir's formal education neared its completion, the weight of his approaching responsibilities grew ever heavier. The current emperor, his father, was aging rapidly, and court whispers suggested that the time of succession was drawing near. The prince felt the pressure of expectations from every quarter, the nobles who hoped he would preserve their privileges, the common people who prayed for relief from their burdens, the military commanders who sought expansion and glory, and the priests who demanded adherence to ancient traditions. The complexity of these competing demands would have overwhelmed a lesser mind, but Azir's years of intensive education had prepared him to navigate such treacherous waters. He had learned to see beyond immediate pressures to long-term consequences, to balance competing interests while maintaining focus on his ultimate goals. Most importantly, he had developed the intellectual confidence necessary to challenge conventional wisdom when circumstances demanded innovation. As we follow young Azir through these final months of preparation, we see the emergence of the character traits that would define his reign. His natural intelligence had been sharpened to a razor's edge by years of intensive study. His innate compassion had been tempered by exposure to the harsh realities of imperial governance. His ambitious vision had been grounded in practical understanding of what was possible within the constraints of political reality. Yet perhaps most significantly, his friendship with Zereth had evolved into something that transcended mere personal affection. The two young men had become intellectual partners in the truest sense, each contributing unique perspectives to their shared vision of Shurima's golden future. Zereth's brilliant insights into magical theory complemented Azir's intuitive understanding of political dynamics, while the prince's natural charisma balanced his friend's more analytical approach to problem-solving. In the quiet evenings after long days of study and preparation, as the sun disk dimmed to allow the stars their moment of glory, Azir and Zereth would stand together on the palace balconies and gaze out over the empire that would soon be theirs to shape. The lights of the capital stretched away toward distant horizons, each flickering flame representing a life that would be touched by their future decisions. The weight of such responsibility might have crushed spirits less prepared for the burden, but in those moments of shared contemplation, both young men felt only excitement for the magnificent future they would build together. The golden age of learning was drawing to a close, but the real education was about to begin. Soon, Azir would put aside the role of student and assume the mantle of emperor, bringing with him all the wisdom and vision his teachers had worked so tirelessly to instill. The empire awaited transformation, the people hungered for justice, and the very foundations of reality prepared to yield their secrets to one who had been carefully prepared to wield such awesome power. As you rest in these quiet hours before dawn, consider the profound impact that education has upon the shaping of destiny. How do the lessons we learn in youth prepare us for the challenges we will face in maturity? And what responsibilities do we bear to use our knowledge in service of something greater than ourselves? Chapter 3. Bonds of Brotherhood and Seeds of Betrayal. In the shadows where friendship blooms brightest, the seeds of tragedy often take their deepest root. Tonight, as silence wraps around us like a gentle embrace, we turn our gaze to the most profound and heartbreaking chapter of our tale. Here, in the sacred space between two souls who dared to dream of changing the world, we witness how love and ambition can become so intertwined that neither can exist without the other, yet neither can survive the weight of what they create together. The bond between Azir and Zereth had grown far beyond the simple friendship of childhood, evolving into something that transcended the artificial boundaries of master and servant, prince and slave. In the quiet hours when the palace slept and the eternal sun disk dimmed to its gentlest glow, these two extraordinary minds would meet in secret chambers where the weight of social convention could not reach them. Here, surrounded by ancient texts and scrolls that contain the accumulated wisdom of ages, They forged a partnership that seemed destined to reshape the very foundations of the empire. Picture yourself as an unseen observer in those hallowed halls, where genius met genius in perfect harmony. Xerath, his eyes burning with an inner fire that seemed to reflect the cosmic forces he studied so intently, would pace before great charts covered with mystical calculations that mapped the flow of magical energy throughout Runeterra. His voice, soft yet intense, would weave theories of such complexity and beauty that even the greatest scholars of the age would have struggled to follow his reasoning. Yet Azir understood every word, every nuance, every implication of his friend's revolutionary ideas. The prince would listen with rapt attention as Xerath described visions of magical applications that could transform not just Shurima, but the entire world. Imagine great engines powered by captured starlight that could bring water to the deepest desert, or crystals infused with celestial energy that could heal any wound or disease. These were not mere fantasies but carefully reasoned possibilities based on Xerath's growing understanding of the fundamental forces that governed reality itself. The sun disk above us is but a fraction of what's possible, Xerath would whisper as they studied together in those secret hours. The power that creates stars, that births galaxies, that sets the very atoms of existence into their eternal dance. All of it could be harnessed, channeled, directed toward the betterment of every living soul in the Empire. His words carried such conviction, such passionate certainty, that Azir found himself swept up in visions of a golden age that would make even Shurima's current glory seem pale by comparison. Yet as Xerath's magical abilities grew ever more pronounced, so too did the chains that bound him to his station as a slave. The cruel irony was not lost on either young man. Here was perhaps the most brilliant mind in the Empire's history, capable of insights that could revolutionize civilization itself, yet legally he was considered property to be bought and sold like any common commodity. The injustice of this situation burned in both their hearts, though it manifested differently in each. For Azir, Xerath's enslavement represented everything that was wrong with the Empire's social structure. How could a civilization that prided itself on wisdom and justice allow such talent to be wasted, such potential to be constrained by accident of birth? The prince's natural sense of fairness was deeply offended by the sight of his brilliant friend forced to wear the simple robes of servitude, while lesser minds enjoyed the privileges of noble birth. In his heart, a determination grew to right this wrong, to create a new Shurima, where merit rather than bloodline would determine one's place in society. But for Xerath himself, the situation was far more complex and painful. Each day brought fresh reminders of his powerless state, the way servants bowed to Azir, while barely acknowledging his presence, the doors that opened automatically for the prince, but remained forever closed to the slave, the conversations that ceased when he entered rooms where nobles gathered. He possessed knowledge that could reshape the world, yet he could not even choose his own clothing or determine where he would sleep each night. The psychological weight of this contradiction began to work changes in Xerath's character that were subtle at first, but would grow more pronounced with time. Where once his pursuit of knowledge had been driven purely by curiosity and wonder, now it became tinged with something darker. A hunger for the power that would allow him to break free from the constraints that bound him. The magical theories he developed took on an edge of desperation, as if he were racing against time to achieve something that would render his slave status irrelevant. Azir, blinded by his genuine affection for his friend and his own noble intentions, failed to recognize the growing darkness that was taking root in Xerath's heart. When the slave spoke of power and transformation, the prince heard only the enthusiasm of a brilliant mind exploring possibilities. When Xerath's eyes took on that burning intensity that seemed to peer beyond the boundaries of the mortal world, Azir saw only the fire of intellectual passion, the subtle changes in his friend's demeanor, or the way conversations increasingly turned toward themes of power and liberation, the growing obsession with magical forces that most scholars considered too dangerous to study. All of these warning signs went unnoticed, or were dismissed as natural consequences of exceptional talent. It was during this period that Azir made the promise that would ultimately doom them both. The exact moment is lost to history, but we can imagine the scene: two young men standing together on a palace balcony as the sun disblazed overhead like a promise of eternal glory. Perhaps they had been discussing plans for Azir's eventual reign, or debating some fine point of magical theory. The conversation would have turned, as it so often did, to the injustices of the Empire's social structure and the changes that could be made when Azir assumed the throne. "When I undergo my ascension and become emperor," Azir said, his voice heavy with the weight of solemn oath, "my first act will be to grant you your freedom. No longer will you be bound by chains of servitude. You will stand beside me as my trusted advisor and dearest friend, free to pursue whatever path your brilliant mind might choose." The words were spoken with perfect sincerity, born from genuine love and a noble desire to right an obvious wrong. For Zareth, hearing this promise was like witnessing the first light of dawn after an endless night of suffering. Here was validation that his worth was recognized, that his talents would not go forever unacknowledged, that the friendship he treasured was valued equally by the one person whose opinion mattered most. In that moment, his loyalty to Azir deepened into something that approached religious devotion. Whatever sacrifices might be required, whatever obstacles might arise, he would ensure that his friend achieved the destiny that awaited him. Yet even as this sacred promise was made, the seeds of its destruction were already taking root. Azir's plan was simple in concept but devastatingly complex in execution. He would wait until his father died, and he inherited the throne, then undergo the traditional ascension ceremony that would transform him into one of the godlike ascended. Only then, with the full power of divine authority behind him, would he possess the unquestionable right to free Zareth and begin implementing the sweeping reforms they had planned together. The fatal flaw in this plan lay not in its logic, but in its timing. Azir's father showed no signs of imminent death, and the prince himself was still young enough that his ascension might be years or even decades away. For someone of Azir's privileged position, this delay was merely an inconvenience. What were a few more years when measured against the eternal glory of divine transformation? But for Zareth, each passing day was another 24 hours of humiliation, another rotation of the sun disk that reminded him of his powerless state. As months stretched into years, the psychological pressure on Zareth began to manifest in increasingly disturbing ways. His magical studies took on an obsessive quality that alarmed even the palace's most dedicated scholars. He would disappear for days at a time, researching in hidden archives and forgotten chambers, where dust-covered tomes contained knowledge that previous generations had deemed too dangerous to preserve. When he emerged from these self-imposed exiles, his eyes would burn with an inner fire that seemed almost alien in its intensity. The magical theories Zareth developed during this period pushed far beyond the boundaries of conventional understanding. While traditional Shurima magic focused on working in harmony with natural forces, Zareth began exploring ways to dominate and control those same energies. He delved into forbidden texts that described techniques for siphoning power directly from celestial sources, for bypassing the careful rituals and safeguards that had been developed over centuries of careful experimentation. Most disturbing of all was his growing obsession with the ascension process itself. While Azir studied the ritual from the perspective of one who would eventually undergo it, Zareth approached it with the calculating gaze of someone seeking to understand and potentially exploit its mechanisms. He spent countless hours analyzing the mystical mathematics that governed the transformation, mapping the precise flow of energies involved, and identifying potential vulnerabilities in what had always been considered a perfect and inviolate process. Azir, still trusting in the fundamental goodness of his friend's character, interpreted these studies as natural intellectual curiosity. When Zareth would describe his latest theories about the ascension process, the prince would listen with interest and even appreciation for his friend's analytical insights. The idea that Zareth might be planning something beyond mere understanding never entered Azir's mind. After all, what could a slave, however brilliant, possibly due to effect a ritual that required the full cooperation of the most powerful mages in the Empire. The tragic irony was that both young men were working toward the same ultimate goal, the transformation of Shurima into a more just and enlightened empire. Yet their different perspectives on how to achieve that goal were slowly driving them apart. Azir's approach was patient and methodical, built on the assumption that lasting change could only come through proper channels and legitimate authority. Xerath's growing impatience led him toward increasingly radical solutions that prioritized immediate results over long-term stability. As the years passed, and Azir's father showed no signs of dying, the tension between these conflicting approaches began to strain even their deep friendship. Conversations that had once flowed effortlessly between them became stilted and careful, each man afraid to voice thoughts that might reveal how far apart their thinking had grown. Xerath would catch himself before expressing his most dangerous theories, while Azir found himself making excuses for delays and obstacles that seemed increasingly feeble even to his own ears. The palace servants began to notice changes in both young men. Azir, once known for his cheerful demeanor and easy confidence, became more withdrawn and contemplative. The weight of unfulfilled promises pressed upon his shoulders like a physical burden, and guilt over his friend's continued enslavement began to eat away at his natural optimism. He would spend long hours staring out at the empire he would one day rule, wondering how many other injustices persisted simply because those with the power to change them lacked the will to act. Xerath, meanwhile, had become a figure of barely contained energy that seemed always on the verge of explosive release. Servants reported that the very air around him would shimmer with barely visible power, as if the magical forces he studied so intensively were beginning to leak from his mortal form. His physical appearance began to change as well, his skin taking on an unusual pallor, his eyes developing an almost luminous quality that was unsettling to look upon directly. The other slaves in the palace had long since learned to avoid Xerath whenever possible. There was something about his presence that made them profoundly uncomfortable, a sense that he had moved beyond the boundaries of normal human existence into something darker and more dangerous. Even the palace guards, trained warriors who feared little in the mortal realm, would unconsciously step aside when Xerath passed, as if some primal instinct warned them that this was no longer merely a man in chains. Yet through all these changes, the core of friendship between Azir and Xerath remained intact, though it was increasingly strained by the weight of unspoken truths and growing desperation. They still met in their secret chambers, still shared their dreams of Shurima's glorious future, still spoke of the day when all barriers between them would be swept away. But now their conversations carried an undercurrent of urgency that had not been present in their youth, a sense that time was running out for the fulfillment of their shared vision. In the deepest hours of night, when even the eternal sun dimmed to its faintest glow, Xerath would sometimes reveal glimpses of the darkness that was growing within his soul. "Patience is a luxury for those who are already free," he would whisper, his voice carrying harmonics that seemed to resonate with otherworldly power. "Every day that passes is another day, stolen from the future we could be building. How many suffer while we wait for death to clear our path?" These moments of raw honesty terrified Azir, not because he disagreed with their sentiment, but because he recognized the dangerous logic they contained. Part of him wanted to abandon patience, to seize power immediately and damn the consequences. But his training in statecraft held him back, reminding him that premature action could destroy everything they hoped to achieve. The Empire's stability depended on the orderly succession of power, and any attempt to circumvent that process could trigger civil war that would devastate the very people they sought to help. As we observe these two extraordinary souls struggling with the weight of their shared destiny, we see how even the purest intentions can become corrupted when subjected to the pressures of reality. The love between Azir and Xerath remained genuine, their vision of a better world remained noble, but the different paths they saw toward achieving their goals were slowly transforming allies into potential enemies. The golden dawn of their friendship was giving way to a storm that would shake the foundations of the world itself. Neither man could see the approaching catastrophe clearly, blinded as they were by their own perspectives and assumptions. Azir believed that his friend's growing darkness was simply the natural frustration of a brilliant mind constrained by unjust circumstances. Zareth convinced himself that his increasingly radical plans were justified by the nobility of their ultimate goal. In those final years before the catastrophe, as the sun disk blazed eternal above a doomed paradise, two souls who had once shared everything began the long slide toward mutual destruction. The promise that had once been their greatest hope was becoming their greatest curse, and the friendship that had seemed unbreakable was developing cracks that would soon shatter the world. As you drift toward peaceful rest in these quiet hours, reflect upon the delicate nature of trust between souls who dare to dream of changing the world. How do we maintain faith in our deepest friendships when the weight of unfulfilled promises begins to strain the bonds that once seemed unbreakable? And what price are we willing to pay for the transformation we believe the world needs? Chapter 4. The Road to the Throne. The winds of destiny begin to stir when fate finally decides that waiting has served its purpose. Tonight, as shadows deepen around our sanctuary of rest, we witness the moment when dreams crystallize into reality, when the long-prepared prince finally steps forward to claim the crown that has waited so patiently for his touch. Yet, in this hour of triumph, the seeds of tragedy we have watched so carefully tend are about to bloom into flowers of such terrible beauty that their fragrance will linger across millennia. The death of Azir's father came not with the dramatic flourish that poets might have imagined, but with the quiet dignity befitting an emperor who had ruled wisely for decades. Age had claimed him slowly, like sand wearing away even the mightiest stone, until one morning the empire awoke to find that the golden thread connecting them to their sovereign had finally snapped. The great sun disk above the capital dimmed for 3 days and 3 nights in mourning, its celestial light reduced the gentle glow of remembrance as the empire prepared to welcome its new master. For Azir, the moment of his father's passing brought a complex mixture of grief and anticipation that threatened to overwhelm even his carefully trained emotional control. The man who had guided his steps, who had shaped his understanding of imperial responsibility, who had been both father and emperor and mentor all at once, was gone forever. Yet even as tears of genuine sorrow traced silver paths down the new emperor's face, part of his heart sang with relief that the long wait was finally over. The time of preparation had ended. The era of action could begin. Picture yourself standing in the great throne room as Azir received the formal acknowledgement of his inheritance. The assembled nobles, their silk robes rustling like whispered prayers, bowed in perfect unison as the crown touched his brow for the first time. The weight of the golden circlet seemed negligible compared to the invisible burden of responsibility that settled upon his shoulders in that moment. Every citizen of the empire, from the humblest farmer tending crops in distant provinces to the most powerful general commanding armies at the borderlands, was now his to protect and guide. Yet even as Azir accepted the formal ceremonies that marked his transition from prince to emperor, his mind was already racing ahead to the transformations he would soon implement. The promises made in secret chambers, the visions shared with his dearest friend, the dreams of a more just and enlightened empire, all of these could finally move from the realm of possibility into the bright light of reality. The new emperor's first proclamations would reshape Shurima in ways that would echo through history, and foremost among them would be the liberation of Zareth. The weeks following Azir's coronation were filled with a whirlwind of activity that left the entire palace staff struggling to keep pace with their new master's ambitious agenda. Where his father had been measured and cautious in his decision-making, Azir displayed an eagerness to implement changes that both excited and terrified his advisors. The young emperor seemed to contain an inexhaustible reservoir of energy, working from before dawn until long after sunset, as he threw himself into the monumental task of imperial reform. Maps of unprecedented detail were commissioned to show every corner of the empire's vast territory. Azir spent countless hours studying these cartographic masterpieces, his finger tracing routes that would connect distant provinces with new roads, identifying locations where new cities might be established, marking sites where monuments to Shuriman glory could inspire future generations. His vision extended far beyond mere maintenance of existing borders. He dreamed of expansion on a scale that would dwarf even the greatest achievements of his predecessors. "We will not simply preserve what we have inherited," Azir declared to his assembled court during one of his first major policy addresses. "We will build upon it, expand it, perfect it, until Shurima becomes not merely an empire, but the very embodiment of civilization itself." His voice rang with such conviction, such passionate certainty, that even the most conservative nobles found themselves swept up in his infectious enthusiasm. Here was an emperor who would not be content with the status quo, who possessed both the vision and the will to pursue greatness on an unprecedented scale. The architectural plans alone were breathtaking in their scope and ambition. Azir envisioned new capitals that would make even the current magnificent seat of power seem modest by comparison. Great pyramids would rise from the desert sands, their crystalline peaks designed to focus and amplify the magical energies that flowed through the earth itself. Canals would bring life-giving water to regions that had been barren for millennia, while bridges spanning impossible distances would connect isolated communities to the greater imperial network. But perhaps most revolutionary of all were Azir's plans for social reform. The rigid caste system that had defined Shuriman society for generations would be gradually dismantled, replaced by a meritocracy where talent and virtue would determine advancement rather than accident of birth. Education would be made available to all citizens regardless of their social standing, while new institutions would be established to identify and nurture exceptional abilities wherever they might emerge. These progressive ideas met with mixed reactions from the emperor's advisors and courtiers. The younger nobles, many of whom had been influenced by Azir's reputation for enlightened thinking, embraced the proposed changes with enthusiasm. They saw in their new emperor a chance to participate in something truly historic, to be part of a transformation that would be remembered for millennia. The older, more conservative members of the court, however, viewed such radical departures from tradition with deep suspicion and barely concealed alarm. Master Counselor Neramezeth, who had been one of Azir's most influential teachers, found herself torn between admiration for her former students' noble intentions and concern about the practical implications of such sweeping changes. "Your vision is magnificent, my lord," she said during one of their private consultation sessions, "but change implemented too quickly can destabilize the very foundations we seek to strengthen. Perhaps a more gradual approach might achieve the same ends with less risk of unintended consequences." Yet Azir's response revealed the fundamental transformation that had taken place within his character since assuming the throne. The patient, methodical approach that had marked his education now seemed inadequate for the monumental tasks that lay ahead. "Every day we delay is another day that talented individuals remain trapped by circumstances beyond their control," he replied, his eyes burning with an intensity that reminded Neramezeth uncomfortably of another young man she had observed in the palace corridors. "Justice delayed is justice denied, and I will not allow the machinery of bureaucracy to perpetuate injustices simply because change requires effort." This new urgency in Azir's character was most evident in his relationship with Zareth, though their interactions had necessarily become more formal and public since the coronation. The intimate conversations of their youth were now replaced by carefully orchestrated meetings where the emperor would consult his most trusted advisor on matters of magical theory and imperial policy. To outside observers, Zareth appeared to be nothing more than an unusually gifted slave who had earned his master's confidence through exceptional service. But those who knew how to read the subtle language of gesture and expression could see the electric tension that crackled between the two men whenever they were in the same room. Azir's promise of freedom had not been forgotten, merely postponed until the timing was right for such a momentous announcement. The emperor was acutely aware that liberating his closest friend would send shockwaves throughout the empire's social structure, and he wanted to ensure that the proclamation would be received as part of a comprehensive reform package, rather than an isolated act of favoritism. For Zareth, these weeks of continued servitude while watching his friend wield the power that could instantly grant his freedom were perhaps the most psychologically torturous of his entire life. He was closer to liberation than ever before, yet still bound by chains that a single word from Azir could shatter forever. The waiting had become almost unbearable, made worse by the knowledge that each day of delay was another day of opportunities lost, another 24 hours stolen from the glorious future they had planned together. The magical energies that Xerath had been studying and manipulating for years were now responding to his emotional state in increasingly dramatic ways. Servants reported that objects would spontaneously levitate in his presence, that the very air around him would shimmer with barely contained power, that his shadow seemed to move independently of his physical form. These manifestations were subtle enough to avoid drawing official attention, but they served as constant reminders of the tremendous forces building toward an inevitable release. During this period, Xerath's research into the Ascension process reached a fever pitch of intensity and insight. The ritual that would transform Azir from mortal emperor into divine god king had been studied and refined over generations, but Xerath's analytical approach had revealed aspects of the process that even the most learned priests had never fully understood. He had mapped the precise flow of celestial energies involved, identified the exact moments when the transformation would be most vulnerable to outside influence, and calculated the mathematical formulas that governed the entire mystical operation. What Azir interpreted as his friend's natural desire to understand and potentially assist with the upcoming ceremony was actually something far more complex and dangerous. Xerath was not merely studying the Ascension, he was preparing to steal it. The brilliant mind that had once been devoted to supporting his friend's rise to power was now focused with laser intensity on finding a way to claim that power for himself. The rationalization for this ultimate betrayal had been building in Xerath's mind for months, fed by resentment, impatience, and a growing conviction that he alone possessed the vision and ability necessary to implement the changes Shurima desperately needed. Why should transformation be delayed while Azir gradually worked up the courage to challenge tradition? Why should the Empire's future be held hostage to political considerations and social conventions? If the goal was truly to create a better world, then surely the means of achieving that goal were less important than the results themselves. Yet even as these dark thoughts crystallized into concrete plans, Xerath's love for Azir remained genuine and profound. The betrayal he was planning was not born from hatred or malice, but from a twisted form of devotion that sought to spare his friend the burden of difficult decisions. In Xerath's increasingly distorted worldview, stealing the Ascension would actually be an act of kindness, freeing Azir from the terrible responsibilities of godhood, while ensuring that their shared vision would still be realized. The preparations for the Ascension ceremony consumed the Empire's attention for weeks as craftsmen, artists, and mages worked around the clock to ensure that every detail would be perfect. The great plaza surrounding the sun disk was expanded to accommodate the hundreds of thousands of citizens who would witness their emperor's transformation into divinity. New channels were carved in the ancient stone to better focus the mystical energies that would flow during the ritual, while astronomical calculations were rechecked dozens of times to ensure that the ceremony would take place at the precise moment when celestial conditions were most favorable. Azir threw himself into these preparations with the same passionate intensity that had marked all his endeavors since becoming emperor. He consulted with the high priests about proper protocols, studied ancient texts that described previous ascensions, and even underwent ritual purifications designed to prepare his mortal form for the cosmic forces it would soon channel. Every aspect of the ceremony was planned and rehearsed until it achieved the precision of clockwork, yet the Emperor insisted on reviewing each element personally to ensure that nothing had been overlooked. Through all these frantic preparations, the secret promise made to Xerath years earlier remained at the forefront of Azir's thoughts. The Emperor had already drafted the proclamation that would grant his friends freedom, carefully wording it to emphasize the merit-based principles that would guide his reformed empire. The announcement would be made immediately following the Ascension ceremony, when his divine authority would be unquestionable, and his power to implement sweeping changes would be absolute. The irony was devastating in its completeness. Azir was planning to fulfill his promise at the exact moment when Zirith would ensure that such fulfillment would be impossible. Both men were working toward what they believed to be the same ultimate goal, yet their methods had diverged so completely that they were now on a collision course that would destroy everything they had ever hoped to achieve. In the final days before the ceremony, as the Empire held its collective breath in anticipation of witnessing their ruler's transformation into a god, subtle signs of the approaching catastrophe began to manifest throughout the capital. Animals grew restless and fled the city in unprecedented numbers, as if some primal instinct warned them of impending disaster. The great sun disk itself seemed to flicker occasionally, its eternal light wavering in ways that the court astronomers could not explain. Even the weather patterns shifted ominously, with unnatural winds carrying whispers of change from directions where no winds should blow. Yet these portents went largely unnoticed amidst the excitement and pageantry of preparation. The Empire was focused entirely on the glorious future that awaited just beyond the horizon, blind to the abyss that was opening at their feet. Azir remained confident in his grand vision and his ability to reshape the world according to his enlightened principles. Zirith continued his meticulous planning for the betrayal that would steal divinity itself and place it in what he believed were more capable hands. The stage was set for a tragedy of cosmic proportions, orchestrated by two souls who loved each other deeply, yet had lost the ability to communicate the truths that might have saved them both. The golden dawn of Shurima glory was about to give way to an eternal night of regret and loss, and neither the Emperor nor his closest friend possessed the wisdom to step back from the precipice that awaited them. As we prepare to witness the culmination of years of preparation and the fulfillment of ancient prophecies, we must ask ourselves, how often do our noblest intentions become the instruments of our greatest failures, and what price are we willing to pay for the power to remake the world according to our vision of perfection? Chapter 5. The Day of Ascension. There are moments in the tapestry of time when the threads of destiny converge with such terrible precision that the very universe seems to hold its breath. Tonight, as we rest in the gentle embrace of darkness, we approach the day that would shatter the golden dream of Shurima and transform paradise into a nightmare that would haunt the world for millennia. Here, beneath the blazing sun disk that had witnessed countless coronations and celebrations, friendship would die and an empire would fall in a single catastrophic moment of betrayal. The dawn of Azir's ascension broke with a beauty so profound that even the most jaded courtiers paused in wonder at the sight. The eternal sun disk, responding to the mystical preparations that had been building for weeks, blazed with an intensity that seemed to set the very air itself on fire. Golden light cascaded down from the heavens like liquid starlight, bathing the great plaza in radiance that made every surface gleam as if it had been crafted from precious metals. The ancient stones of the ceremonial platform, worn smooth by countless generations of imperial rituals, seemed to pulse with their own inner luminescence as they prepared to channel forces that existed at the very foundation of creation itself. Picture yourself among the hundreds of thousands of citizens who had gathered to witness this historic moment. From every corner of the empire they had come, traveling for weeks across desert sands and through mountain passes to be present when their emperor ascended to divinity. The great plaza stretched away in all directions, a sea of upturned faces reflecting the golden light that poured down from above. Nobles in their finest silks stood beside common farmers, still dusty from long journeys, while merchants and craftsmen, soldiers and scholars, all united in the shared anticipation of witnessing something that would be spoken of in hushed whispers for generations to come. The atmosphere itself seemed charged with possibility and power. Every breath carried the taste of magic on the wind, while the very ground beneath their feet hummed with energies that made sensitive souls feel as though they were standing at the intersection of multiple worlds. This was not merely a political ceremony, but a cosmic event, a moment when the barriers between mortal and divine would dissolve to allow transcendence of the highest order. At the heart of this magnificent spectacle stood Azir himself, resplendent in ceremonial robes that had been woven from threads of pure gold and inscribed with mystical symbols that seemed to shift and dance in the blazing light. The Emperor's face was serene yet purposeful, showing no trace of the nervous energy that churned beneath the surface. Years of preparation had led to this moment, and he was ready to embrace the transformation that would elevate him beyond the limitations of mortal existence. Yet even as Azir prepared to step forward and claim his divine inheritance, his thoughts turned repeatedly to the promise he had made so long ago. Once the ceremony was complete, once the power of the Ascended flowed through his transformed being, his first act would be to proclaim Xerath's freedom before the assembled multitude. The proclamation scroll rested safely within his robes, its carefully crafted words ready to begin the social revolution that would remake Shuriman society according to principles of justice and merit. The irony of that hidden scroll would haunt the ruins for millennia to come, for even as Azir carried the instrument of his friend's liberation, Xerath was making final preparations for the ultimate betrayal. Hidden among the crowd of lesser mages and court officials who had gathered to support the ceremony, the brilliant slave whose chains were about to be broken forever worked with fevered intensity to complete the mystical calculations that would steal divinity itself. Xerath's position during the ceremony had been carefully chosen to provide him with optimal access to the magical energies that would soon flow through the ancient stones. To casual observers, he appeared to be nothing more than another member of the court's magical support staff, his role limited to maintaining the complex arrays of focusing crystals and energy conduits that helped stabilize the Ascension process. But beneath this facade of humble service, he wielded power that had grown beyond the comprehension of even the Empire's most learned scholars. The transformation that had been taking place within Xerath over the past months was now nearing its completion. The magical forces he had been studying and manipulating had fundamentally altered his very essence, changing him from a brilliant but mortal man into something that existed at the boundary between human and cosmic entity. His physical form still appeared normal to casual observation, but those with mystical sight could see the energies that coursed through him like liquid lightning, barely contained within the fragile shell of flesh and bone. As the ceremony began with the traditional invocations and ritual preparations, Xerath felt the familiar weight of magical power building within his consciousness. The calculations he had spent years perfecting were about to be put to their ultimate test, and every fiber of his being vibrated with anticipation of the moment when theory would become devastating reality. Yet even now, as he prepared to shatter the world with his betrayal, part of his heart ached with genuine love for the friend he was about to destroy. The high priests of Shurima began their ancient chants, their voices rising and falling in harmonies that had been passed down through countless generations. These were not mere words, but syllables of power that helped attune the cosmic forces to the specific requirements of the Ascension ritual. The air itself began to thicken with mystical energy as layers upon layers of magical preparation reached their culmination, creating a nexus of power that made the very atoms of reality dance with barely contained potential. Azir stepped forward onto the ceremonial platform with the measured grace of one who had rehearsed every movement until it achieved perfection. Each step brought him closer to the blazing column of light that descended from the sun disk above, and with each stride the magical energies surrounding him grew more intense. The golden radiance that bathed the plaza began to focus and concentrate around the Emperor's form, creating a luminous aura that made him appear already half divine. The crowd watched in breathless silence as their ruler approached the moment of transformation. This was the climax of Shuriman imperial tradition, the sacred ritual that had elevated every great emperor to godhood and granted them the power to guide their empire through the complexities of divine wisdom. The anticipation was so intense, it seemed to create its own gravity, drawing every eye and every thought toward the figure at the center of the cosmic drama. But as Azir reached the final position where the celestial energies would complete his transformation, Xerath struck with the precision of a master strategist and the fury of a force of nature. The mystical calculations he had perfected over years of obsessive study were unleashed in a single devastating moment that redirected the entire flow of Ascension energy away from its intended target and into his own waiting consciousness. The effect was instantaneous and catastrophic. The golden column of light that should have transformed Azir into one of the Ascended instead engulfed Zareth in a maelstrom of cosmic power that his mortal form was never meant to contain. The energies that had been carefully balanced and controlled for the gentle elevation of imperial consciousness instead became a raging torrent of unfiltered divine force that threatened to tear reality itself apart at the seams. Azir's scream of betrayal and anguish cut through the plaza like a blade of pure sound, his voice carrying all the weight of shattered dreams and murdered trust. The Emperor, caught at the very moment of his intended transformation, found himself suspended between mortal and divine states as the cosmic forces that should have elevated him were torn away by his closest friend's treachery. The pain was not merely physical but existential, an agony that reached into the very core of his being and shattered the fundamental assumptions upon which his entire identity had been built. Zareth's own cries rose to join Azir's as the stolen power coursed through his unprepared form with the violence of a solar storm contained within human flesh. The magical energies that he had thought he could control and direct proved to be as wild and untamable as the cosmic forces that birth stars and destroy galaxies. His consciousness expanded beyond all mortal limitations, touching the very foundations of reality, but the price of such expansion was the complete dissolution of everything that had once made him human. The ancient stones of the ceremonial platform, which had withstood millennia of magical ceremonies without showing the slightest crack, began to fracture and crumble under the weight of forces they had never been designed to channel. The mystical arrays that had been carefully calibrated to support controlled transformation were overloaded beyond their capacity, sending cascading failures throughout the entire magical infrastructure that supported the capital city. What followed was devastation on a scale that defied comprehension. The stolen Ascension energies, no longer bound by the careful rituals and safeguards that had contained them for generations, exploded outward from Zareth's transformed being, like a supernova contained within the boundaries of a single city. The great sun disk above, its connection to the cosmic forces suddenly severed and reversed, flickered once like a dying star before dissolving into fragments of crystallized light that rained down upon the plaza like tears of fire. The shock wave that radiated outward from the center of the ceremony struck the assembled crowd with the force of a physical blow. Hundreds of thousands of citizens who had come to celebrate their emperor's ascension were caught in a maelstrom of unleashed magical energy that transformed celebration into catastrophe in the space between one heartbeat and the next. The golden light that had bathed the plaza in divine radiance became a consuming fire that reduced flesh and bone to ash, while leaving souls trapped in an endless moment of terror and confusion. The magnificent architecture of the capital, the product of centuries of artistic achievement and engineering mastery, crumbled like children's toys before the onslaught of cosmic forces run wild. Spires that had reached toward the heavens collapsed in on themselves, their crystalline structures unable to withstand the harmonic vibrations that shook the very foundations of reality. Palaces and temples, libraries and gardens, markets and homes, all were consumed in the space of minutes by energies that transformed paradise into a hellscape of broken stone and twisted metal. But perhaps most terrible of all was what happened to the people caught in the path of the mystical explosion. The Ascension energies, designed to elevate consciousness to divine levels, instead shattered the barriers between life and death, creating a twisted state of existence where souls remained aware but trapped within a realm of eternal suffering. The black mist that would plague the world for millennia to come was born in that moment, fed by the anguish of hundreds of thousands of souls who had been denied the peace of natural death. Azir himself was not destroyed, but rather suspended in a state of partial transformation that was perhaps worse than annihilation. The cosmic forces that should have elevated him to godhood instead left him caught between mortal and divine existence, his consciousness scattered across multiple planes of reality, while his physical form was reduced to dust and memory. He retained awareness of what had been lost, but lacked the power to reclaim it, becoming a living monument to the price of betrayed trust and stolen dreams. Zareth, the architect of this cosmic catastrophe, found himself transformed beyond all recognition or redemption. The divine power he had stolen was his to command, but the price of claiming it had been the complete destruction of everything he had claimed to love. The empire he had sought to reform was buried beneath tons of sand and rubble, while the friend whose suffering he had sought to end was trapped in a fate worse than death. The brilliant mind that had once dreamed of creating paradise had instead birthed the greatest nightmare in Runeterra's history. In the space of a single hour, the greatest civilization the world had ever known was reduced to ruins buried beneath shifting sands. The trade routes that had connected continents fell silent as caravans found nothing but empty desert where mighty cities had once stood. The accumulated knowledge of generations was lost as libraries burned and scholars died, taking their wisdom with them into the realm of shadows and regret. The shock waves of the catastrophe rippled outward across the Empire's vast territories, like cracks spreading through a shattered mirror. Provincial governors found themselves cut off from the capital that had been the source of their authority, while distant armies received no orders from commanders who no longer existed. The carefully maintained balance of power that had held the Empire together for centuries collapsed overnight, leaving chaos and confusion in the wake of cosmic devastation. Yet even as the physical destruction reached its climax and the last echoes of the mystical explosion faded into silence, the deeper tragedy was only beginning to unfold. The bonds of friendship that had once seemed unbreakable lay shattered beyond all hope of repair, while the dreams of justice and enlightenment that had driven both men were buried beneath the weight of unintended consequences and good intentions twisted into instruments of devastation. As the dust settled over the ruins of what had been the world's greatest city, two beings who had once been the closest of friends found themselves transformed into eternal enemies. The love that had once united them had become the hatred that would define their existence for millennia to come, while the empire they had both sought to perfect was reduced to a footnote in history's greatest tragedy. In this quiet hour before dawn, as we contemplate the magnitude of what was lost in that single moment of betrayal, we must ask ourselves, how do we reconcile our noblest intentions with the potential for catastrophic consequences, and what price are we willing to pay for the power to achieve our deepest dreams? Chapter 6. The Fall of an Empire. When the heart of a great tree is severed, the mighty branches that once reached toward the heavens do not fall at once, but wither slowly as the lifeblood that sustained them ceases to flow. Tonight, as we seek solace in the gentle embrace of rest, we witness how the destruction of a single city became the death knell of the greatest civilization Runeterra had ever known. The ripples of catastrophe spread outward like cracks in ice, carrying ruin to the farthest corners of an empire that had seemed as eternal as the stars themselves. Picture yourself as a messenger riding hard across the desert wastes, your mount's hooves drumming out a desperate rhythm against sand that still glowed with residual magical energy from the cosmic disaster that had befallen the capital. Behind you, where the crown jewel of Shurima's civilization had once blazed with golden glory, now only a crater of twisted glass and melted stone marked the spot where paradise had died. The very air shimmered with unstable magical forces that made navigation treacherous and filled your lungs with the taste of copper and ozone. The first challenge faced by those who survived the outer edges of the catastrophe was simply comprehending what they had witnessed. The human mind, evolved to process the familiar rhythms of mortal existence, struggled to make sense of cosmic forces unleashed without restraint or purpose. Survivors spoke in broken whispers of light that burned without heat, of sounds that existed beyond the range of hearing, yet resonated in their very bones, of shadows that moved independently of the objects that cast them. Those who had been far enough from the epicenter to escape immediate destruction found themselves wandering through a landscape that no longer obeyed the natural laws they had known since childhood. Compass needles spun wildly without finding true north, while water refused to flow downhill, and flames burned cold instead of hot. The magical explosion had not merely destroyed buildings and lives, but had fractured the very foundations of reality within a radius of hundreds of miles, creating zones where chaos reigned supreme over order. The provincial governors and military commanders who received the first fragmentary reports of disaster faced an impossible task. How do you respond to news that defies belief? Initial messages spoke of earthquakes and sandstorms, natural disasters that could be understood and addressed through conventional means. But as more detailed accounts began to arrive, carried by wild-eyed survivors whose hair had turned white with shock, the true scope of the catastrophe began to emerge. General Tahareth, commanding the northern armies that guarded the Empire's borders against barbarian incursions, received word of the capital's destruction while reviewing battle plans in his command tent. The messenger, who brought the news, had ridden for 3 days without rest, his mount dying of exhaustion just as he reached the military camp. The man's words came in broken gasps between desperate attempts to catch his breath. Gone, all gone. The sun disk fell from the sky. The Emperor, Zareth, magic everywhere. The dead won't stay dead. At first, Tahareth dismissed the report as the ravings of a man driven mad by desert heat and exhaustion. The idea that the eternal capital could simply cease to exist was too preposterous to be taken seriously. But as additional messengers arrived over the following days, each bringing similar accounts of impossible destruction, the general was forced to confront a reality that shattered every assumption upon which his worldview had been built. The collapse of communication networks that had taken centuries to establish became one of the most immediate and devastating consequences of the capital's destruction. The magical infrastructure that had allowed instantaneous transmission of messages across continental distances had been centered in the great city, its crystalline communication arrays powered by energies drawn directly from the sun disk itself. With that central nexus obliterated, provincial administrators found themselves cut off from the source of their authority and the guidance that had coordinated imperial policy across vast territories. Trade, the lifeblood of any great empire, ground to a halt as caravans found their traditional routes blocked by zones of magical instability where reality itself had become unreliable. Merchants who had followed the same paths for generations discovered that familiar landmarks had been transformed beyond recognition, while others reported that certain roads now led to destinations that had never existed before. The great merchant houses that had grown wealthy, facilitating commerce across the Empire's territories, watched their fortunes evaporate as the economic networks that had supported them for centuries simply ceased to function. In the eastern provinces, where Shurima culture had taken deepest root among populations that had been incorporated into the Empire generations earlier, the news of the capital's destruction triggered waves of religious crisis that swept through communities like wildfire. The sun disk had been more than a symbol of imperial power. It had been the focal point of spiritual belief for millions of citizens who had been taught that their emperor was the earthly incarnation of divine will. How could mortals maintain faith in cosmic order when the very embodiment of that order had been destroyed by treachery and ambition? High Priestess Nethys, keeper of the great temple complex at Kemri, spent sleepless nights trying to provide answers to desperate supplicants who came seeking understanding of the incomprehensible. How can the eternal sun disk be extinguished? They asked, their voices breaking with grief and confusion. If the God Emperor can be betrayed and murdered, what hope remains for any of us? The priestess found herself offering comfort she did not herself possess, speaking words of hope that felt hollow in her own mouth, as she struggled to reconcile her theological training with the brutal evidence of cosmic catastrophe. The military consequences of the Empire's decapitation became apparent within weeks as border territories that had been held in check by the threat of imperial retaliation began testing the resolve of local garrisons. Barbarian tribes that had spent generations in fearful submission to Shurima might suddenly found themselves facing demoralized and confused soldiers whose orders no longer came from an unquestionable source of authority. The psychological impact of the capital's destruction had shattered the aura of invincibility that had been the Empire's greatest weapon. But perhaps most tragically of all was the fate of the Ascended themselves, the divine warriors who had served as the Empire's ultimate guardians and the living embodiment of Shurima greatness. These godlike beings, whose consciousness had been elevated beyond mortal limitations through the same cosmic forces that had been perverted during Azir's failed transformation, suddenly found themselves experiencing existential agony on a scale that defied description. The mystical network that had connected all Ascended to the cosmic forces channeled through the capital had been not merely severed but corrupted, sending waves of chaotic energy through their enhanced consciousness like poison injected directly into their divine essence. Some, like the noble Sataka, fought desperately to maintain their sanity and purpose as the very foundations of their existence crumbled beneath them. Others, overwhelmed by the cosmic dissonance that now flowed through their being, began the slow descent into the madness that would eventually transform them into the monstrous Darkin. Renekton, the Butcher of the Sands, had been leading a campaign against void incursions in the Empire's southern territories when the wave of mystical corruption reached him. The warrior, who had once embodied the noble fury of righteous battle, suddenly found his mind filled with whispers of blood and violence that grew stronger with each passing day. His brother Nasus, keeper of the great library of Khemri, watched in horror as the cosmic forces that had once elevated them both began twisting Renekton's noble nature into something dark and terrible. The corruption spreads through us, like acid through gold, Nessus confided to his private journals during those dark days following the catastrophe. I feel it gnawing at the edges of my consciousness, whispering promises of power that could be claimed through conquest and domination. How long can we resist the madness that flows from our connection to forces that have been perverted beyond redemption? The answer, as history would record, was that resistance proved futile for all but the strongest-willed among the Ascended. One by one, these divine guardians who had once protected the Empire with their very lives began falling to the corruption that poured through the shattered mystical networks. Their transformation into the Darkin, beings of terrible power, driven by an insatiable hunger for conquest and destruction, would become one of the most devastating long-term consequences of Xerath's betrayal. In the Western territories where Shurima rule had always been more tenuous and dependent on the threat of overwhelming force, local populations began asserting independence with a boldness that would have been unthinkable just months earlier. The great port city of Belzun, which had served as the Empire's primary naval base for controlling sea routes, found itself besieged by former tributary states that had united in rebellion against imperial taxation and conscription. Admiral Khonsu, whose fleet had been the pride of Shurima naval power, faced the impossible task of maintaining order across oceanic territories with vessels whose crews were increasingly demoralized and rebellious. Many of his captains simply sailed away to become pirates or mercenaries, taking their ships and knowledge of imperial naval tactics with them. The carefully maintained balance of power that had kept the sea lanes open for imperial commerce collapsed as quickly as the magical networks that had coordinated it. The southern provinces, where vast mining operations had extracted the precious metals and rare crystals that had funded imperial expansion, became battlegrounds as desperate administrators fought to maintain control over resources that were now needed more desperately than ever. The great slave populations that had worked the mines saw opportunity in the Empire's weakness and rose in coordinated revolts that overwhelmed the reduced garrisons left to guard them. Mine supervisor Kamwaset, whose facilities had provided the raw materials for many of the Empire's greatest architectural achievements, found himself barricaded in his administrative complex as thousands of freed slaves rampaged through the surrounding territories. "They know we are weak," he wrote, in what would be his final report to superiors who no longer existed. "Without the threat of imperial retaliation, they have nothing left to lose and everything to gain. The foundations of our entire economic system are crumbling, and I fear there is no force left in the world that can restore them." As months passed, and the full scope of the catastrophe became undeniable, many provincial governors attempted to maintain some semblance of imperial authority by proclaiming themselves the rightful heirs to Azir's throne. The resulting civil wars and competing claims to legitimacy tore apart what remained of Shuriman unity, transforming former allies into bitter enemies as each faction sought to gather enough military strength to impose their version of restored imperial order. The great libraries and centers of learning that had been the pride of Shuriman intellectual achievement found themselves abandoned as scholars fled to safer territories or were killed in the chaos that consumed their home cities. Centuries of accumulated knowledge were lost as buildings burned and manuscripts crumbled, taking with them the technological and magical advances that had made the Empire's golden age possible. Perhaps most poignantly, the common people of the Empire, who had known nothing but prosperity and security under imperial protection, found themselves thrust into a world of uncertainty and danger that their sheltered lives had never prepared them to face. Farmers who had tended the same fields for generations suddenly found themselves at the mercy of roving bandits and warlords. Merchants who had built their fortunes on reliable trade routes discovered that the roads they had traveled safely for decades were now haunted by desperate refugees and predatory survivors. In the great cities that had once been showcases of imperial magnificence, civil order collapsed as food shortages and unemployment created conditions ripe for violence and desperation. The carefully maintained infrastructure of aqueducts and sewers fell into disrepair as the technical knowledge needed to maintain them was lost, along with the centralized authority that had coordinated such projects. Disease began to spread through crowded urban areas as sanitation systems failed and medical supplies became impossible to obtain. The cultural achievements that had been the pride of Shuriman civilization began to fade as the traditions and customs that had sustained them lost their institutional support. The great festivals that had celebrated imperial glory became bitter reminders of what had been lost, while the artistic styles that had evolved over centuries were abandoned, as artisans struggled simply to survive in the chaos that had consumed their world. Yet even in the midst of such comprehensive devastation, glimmers of hope persisted in isolated pockets where determined leaders refused to surrender to despair. Some provincial governors, recognizing that the old imperial system was gone forever, began implementing radical reforms that preserved the best elements of Shuriman culture, while adapting to the new realities of a fractured world. These scattered remnants of civilization would eventually form the foundation for future attempts at rebuilding, though that distant renaissance lay centuries in the future. As the sun set on the last remnants of organized imperial resistance, as the final loyal garrisons fell to hunger and disease, as the last scholars burned their books rather than see them fall into the hands of barbarians, the greatest empire in Runeterra's history passed into legend and memory. The golden age that had seemed as eternal as the desert sands was revealed to have been as fragile as morning dew, dependent on the continued functioning of systems so complex that their destruction could cascade into total civilizational collapse. The ruins of that mighty empire would endure for millennia, buried beneath shifting sands that would preserve fragments of glory for future generations to discover and wonder at. But the living civilization that had created those wonders was gone forever, a victim of betrayal, ambition, and the terrible price that must be paid when friendship is sacrificed on the altar of power. As we reflect on this tale of lost grandeur and fallen dreams, we must ask ourselves, what price are we willing to pay for our deepest ambitions, and how do we ensure that our pursuit of a better world does not destroy the very foundations that make such a world possible? Chapter 7. Millennia of Sand and Silence. Time moves differently for those caught between life and death, between mortal flesh and divine essence, between the weight of memory and the emptiness of dreams deferred. Tonight, as the world settles into its peaceful slumber, we descend into the deepest chapter of our tale. The long, silent centuries where consciousness endured without form, where an emperor's mind persisted in the ruins of his shattered kingdom, like a ghost haunting the remains of paradise. Here, in the space between heartbeats that stretched across ages, awareness became both blessing and curse. Imagine yourself suspended in an ocean of amber that stretches beyond all horizons, your thoughts crystallized into perfect clarity, yet your ability to act reduced to the faintest whisper of intention. This was Azir's existence in the Millennia. Following the catastrophe, his consciousness scattered across multiple planes of reality, like fragments of a shattered mirror, each piece reflecting a different aspect of what had been lost. He was aware, terribly and completely aware, yet powerless to influence the physical world that continued its slow dance of change and decay around the epicenter of his trapped essence. The ruins of the great capital had become a monument to cosmic hubris, its twisted spires and melted stones serving as grave markers for the hundreds of thousands who had perished in Xerath's betrayal. Yet beneath the obvious devastation, subtler processes of decay and transformation were at work. The magical energies that had been unleashed during the failed Ascension continued to pulse through the wreckage like a diseased heartbeat, preventing the natural processes of erosion and burial that might have granted the site some measure of peace. Instead, the ruins existed in a state of perpetual stasis that was both preservation and torment. Buildings that should have crumbled to dust remained frozen in their moment of destruction, their broken walls and shattered columns serving as eternal witnesses to the price of ambition, unchecked by wisdom. The very air shimmered with residual magical forces that made the ruins uninhabitable for normal life, creating a dead zone where only the most desperate or foolhardy would dare to venture. For Azir, these ruins were both prison and sanctuary, the physical remains of his empire serving as anchors that prevented his scattered consciousness from dissolving entirely into the cosmic forces that had torn him apart. His awareness could sense every grain of sand that shifted in the desert wind, every lizard that scurried across the heated stones, every vulture that circled overhead in search of carrion that would never decay. The hyper-acute sensitivity that should have been a gift of Ascension became instead an instrument of exquisite torture, forcing him to witness in perfect detail the slow dissolution of everything he had once hoped to protect and preserve. The first centuries were perhaps the most difficult, as Azir's consciousness struggled to adapt to its new state of existence, while the immediate aftermath of the catastrophe played out across the former empire's territories. He could sense the waves of chaos and destruction that rippled outward from the capital's ruins, feel the death agonies of distant cities as they fell to civil war and barbarian invasion, perceive the transformation of his fellow Ascended as cosmic corruption twisted their divine natures into something monstrous and alien. The darkened wars that followed were visible to Azir's expanded awareness like a plague spreading across the map of his former domain. Each battle, each atrocity, each moment of senseless violence registered in his consciousness with crystalline clarity. He watched helplessly as Aatrox, once noble and proud, became an engine of destruction that carved bloody paths across continents. He witnessed Rost's descent into sadistic madness, observed Varus's anguished struggle against the corruption that consumed his essence from within. Most painful of all was his awareness of Xerath himself, the friend whose betrayal had caused such comprehensive devastation. The being that had once been the brilliant slave boy who shared dreams of a better world was now something barely recognizable as having ever been human. The stolen divine power had transformed Xerath into a creature of pure magical energy. His consciousness expanded beyond mortal limitations, but twisted by the chaotic forces he had unleashed. Where once there had been love and shared purpose, now only consuming hunger remained, an endless appetite for power that could never be satisfied because it had been built upon the foundation of ultimate betrayal. Yet even as Azir watched his former friend ravage the world with magical forces that should have been used to heal and protect, part of his consciousness still remembered the eager young man who had spoken so passionately about justice and equality. The tragedy was not just in what Xerath had become, but in the glimpses of what he might have been, if only patience and trust had been allowed to guide their shared destiny instead of ambition and desperation. As the centuries passed, and the immediate chaos of the Empire's collapse settled into the more gradual processes of cultural decay and historical forgetting, Azir began to perceive changes that operated on timescales beyond normal human comprehension. The great trade routes that had connected continents slowly disappeared, as shifting sands buried the roads and changing political boundaries made old passages obsolete. Caravans learned to avoid the haunted ruins, where reality itself remained unstable, and gradually the very memory of what had once stood there began to fade from collective consciousness. The scattered survivors of Shuriman's civilization adapted to their new circumstances in ways that would have been unthinkable during the Empire's golden age. Nomadic tribes formed from the remnants of urban populations, their cultural traditions evolving to suit the harsh realities of desert survival rather than the sophisticated requirements of imperial administration. The elaborate hierarchies and social structures that had defined Shuriman society gave way to simpler, more egalitarian arrangements based on practical necessity rather than hereditary privilege. Languages began to change as well, as the classical Shuriman tongue that had once been spoken across continents fragmented into dozens of regional dialects, and eventually into entirely separate languages. The great works of literature and philosophy that had been the pride of imperial culture were reduced to half-remembered stories told around campfires, their sophisticated themes and complex symbolism gradually simplified until only the most basic moral lessons remained. Azir could perceive these cultural transformations with the same terrible clarity that he observed physical changes in the landscape around his ruins. He watched the gradual erosion of knowledge and tradition with the helpless anguish of a scholar watching a library burn, understanding that each lost poem or forgotten ritual represented another thread in the tapestry of civilization being severed forever. The accumulated wisdom of generations was disappearing not through deliberate destruction, but through the more insidious process of simple neglect and the passage of time. The religious traditions that had once centered on worship of the sun disk and reverence for the ascended emperors underwent particularly dramatic transformations, as the physical sun disk was gone, and the emperors were either dead or transformed into monsters. New spiritual beliefs emerged to fill the void left by the collapse of imperial theology. Some of these new religions incorporated elements of the old faith, speaking of a lost golden age that would one day return, while others rejected the imperial past entirely in favor of beliefs better suited to the harsh realities of post-apocalyptic survival. The great monuments and architectural achievements that had once showcased Shuriman artistic mastery began their own slow surrender to the desert's patient hunger. Without the magical infrastructure that had once protected them from the natural processes of erosion, even the mightiest pyramids and most elaborate temples gradually succumbed to wind and sand. Azir could feel each stone that cracked under the thermal stress of desert temperature extremes, sense each grain of sand that worked its way into crevices where it would slowly expand and contract until even the most precisely fitted masonry was forced apart. Yet, perhaps most heartbreaking of all, was watching the gradual abandonment of the great cities that had once been jewels in the imperial crown. As trade networks collapsed and central authority disappeared, urban populations could no longer be sustained by the complex agricultural and economic systems that had supported them. One by one, the magnificent metropolises that had been showcases of imperial achievement were abandoned by their inhabitants, left to slowly crumble as the desert reclaimed what had never truly belonged to human civilization. The process was so gradual as to be almost imperceptible to normal human perception, but Azir's expanded consciousness allowed him to observe it with the patience of geological time. He watched buildings that had housed thousands of families become homes first to scavengers and refugees, then to wild animals, and finally to nothing but wind and sand. The great plazas where citizens had once gathered to celebrate imperial festivals became silent expanses where only the occasional desert fox would leave tracks in the accumulated dust. Libraries that had contained the accumulated knowledge of centuries were gradually emptied as desperate survivors burned books for fuel or used parchment for more practical purposes. The great works of Shuriman philosophy and science were reduced to kindling, their profound insights lost forever as immediate survival took precedence over cultural preservation. Azir could sense each volume that was destroyed, feel the weight of knowledge disappearing from the world like stars being extinguished one by one. The technological achievements that had once made Shurima the envy of the world suffered a similar fate as the knowledge needed to maintain and operate complex devices was lost along with the institutions that had preserved it. The great machines that had brought water to desert cities fell silent as their operators died or fled, leaving behind mysterious artifacts that future generations would regard with superstitious awe rather than practical understanding. Even the language itself began to change in ways that would have been impossible during the Empire's golden age, when standardized education and constant communication between provinces had maintained linguistic unity across vast distances. Regional dialects that had once been minor variations on imperial standard began diverging more dramatically as communities became isolated from one another. Eventually, the classical Shuriman that had once been the language of diplomacy and scholarship across multiple continents became a dead tongue known only to scholars and priests. As the first millennium of his imprisonment drew to a close, Azir began to perceive that his connection to the physical world was itself evolving in subtle but significant ways. The magical energies that had initially scattered his consciousness across multiple planes of reality were gradually stabilizing, allowing him to focus his awareness more precisely on specific locations and events. This increased control came at the cost of the broader perception he had initially possessed, but it also offered the first faint hope that he might eventually be able to influence events in the material world rather than merely observing them. The ruins themselves had become something more than mere physical wreckage during these long centuries of magical saturation. The stones and sand had absorbed so much mystical energy that they had begun to take on properties that existed at the boundary between matter and spirit. Azir could sense that the entire site was slowly transforming into something that might eventually serve as a focus for his return to physical existence, though the process was so gradual that completion lay centuries or even millennia in the future. During the second millennium of his imprisonment, Azir became aware that other forces were taking an interest in his scattered essence and the magical anomaly represented by the ruins. Cosmic entities that existed beyond the normal boundaries of mortal understanding began to probe the edges of his consciousness, some offering bargains that might accelerate his return to physical form, others seeking to exploit the unique state of his existence for their own inscrutable purposes. These encounters provided Azir with his first real insights into the larger cosmic framework within which Runeterra existed, revealing that his empire's rise and fall had been merely one small note in a vast symphony of creation and destruction that spanned multiple universes and countless eons. The knowledge was both humbling and terrifying, forcing him to confront the possibility that his personal tragedy might be insignificant when measured against the scale of cosmic history. Yet even as these revelations expanded his understanding of existence beyond the boundaries of mortal comprehension, Azir's consciousness remained anchored by his memories of the Empire and the people he had failed to protect. The faces of citizens who had cheered his coronation haunted his awareness, while the weight of promises unfulfilled pressed upon his scattered essence like physical chains. He had been transformed into something approaching a cosmic entity, yet his heart remained fundamentally human in its capacity for regret and its hunger for redemption. As the third millennium began, Azir started to perceive the first faint stirrings of forces that might eventually lead to his resurrection. The bloodline of the imperial family, though scattered and diluted by centuries of intermarriage and migration, had not been entirely extinguished. Somewhere in the vast expanse of what had once been his empire, descendants of the ancient royal house still carried within their veins the mystical connection that might one day serve as a key to unlock his prison of crystallized time and magical stasis. The legend of the Lost Emperor began to evolve during this period as well, taking on mythological proportions that bore little resemblance to the historical reality of Azir's actual reign. To some, he became a figure of messianic hope who would one day return to restore justice and prosperity to the desert lands. To others, he was a cautionary tale about the dangers of unchecked ambition and the price of betraying the natural order. These evolving myths and legends served to keep his memory alive in the collective consciousness of scattered Shuriman descendants, creating the cultural foundation that might eventually support his return. In the depths of sand and silence, time became meaningless except as a measure of changes so gradual that they required the patience of stone to perceive. Azir learned to think in centuries rather than moments, to measure progress in the shift of constellations rather than the rise and fall of the sun. His consciousness became a repository of memory that preserved not just his own experiences, but the accumulated knowledge and wisdom of an entire civilization that had otherwise been lost to the hungry sands of time. As we contemplate this vast expanse of solitude and regret, we must ask ourselves, what is the true cost of the choices we make in moments of crisis, and how do we find meaning in periods of apparent stagnation, when progress seems impossible and hope feels like a luxury we cannot afford? Chapter 8. The Spark of Resurrection. In the deepest desert night, when all seems lost to eternal darkness, sometimes a single spark can ignite a flame that illuminates the entire world. Tonight, as we journey deeper into our tale of loss and redemption, we witness the moment when destiny began to stir once more in the heart of the buried empire. Through bloodlines long forgotten and treasures thought lost forever, the first threads of resurrection began to weave themselves into patterns that would reshape the very foundations of the world. Picture yourself as a desert wind carrying whispers across vast expanses of sand, touching briefly upon the lives of scattered wanderers who move through the wasteland, unaware that they carry within themselves the keys to cosmic transformation. In the ruins of ancient settlements and the camps of nomadic tribes, descendants of the great imperial bloodlines lived lives of hardship and struggle, their royal heritage reduced to nothing more than half-remembered stories told by aging grandmothers around flickering fires. Yet in the mystical realm where Azir's consciousness maintained its eternal vigil, even the faintest trace of imperial blood registered like a distant star, appearing in an endless night. Each descendant, however humble their circumstances or ignorant of their lineage, created a small resonance in the magical field that surrounded the buried capital. These resonances were weak individually, mere echoes of the cosmic power that had once flowed through the veins of true emperors, but collectively, they represented the first possibility of escape from the prison of crystallized time that had held him for millennia. The bloodline had been diluted and scattered across impossible distances, mixed with the heritage of merchants and farmers, warriors and wanderers, until the imperial connection existed more as potential than reality. Most who carried the ancient genes were unaware of their heritage, living ordinary lives in a world that had largely forgotten the glory that had once been Shurima. They were blacksmiths and traders, guides and soldiers, their days filled with the immediate concerns of survival rather than dreams of cosmic transformation. But among all these scattered descendants, one stood apart in ways that even she did not fully understand. Sivir, mercenary captain and desert wanderer, moved through the wasteland with a confidence and natural authority that seemed to arise from sources deeper than mere experience or training. Her skill with the ancient weapon she carried was legendary among the communities that scratched out their existence in the shadow of buried empires. Yet even she did not suspect that her remarkable abilities arose from blood that had once flowed through the veins of god-emperors. The weapon itself was a marvel that defied easy explanation, a crossblade of impossible craftsmanship that seemed to respond to her thoughts as much as her physical movements. Ancient runes covered its surface in patterns that hurt the eyes to look upon directly, while the metal from which it was forged possessed a quality that suggested origins in cosmic forces rather than earthly furnaces. Sivir had found the weapon in ruins so ancient that even their original purpose had been forgotten. Guided by instincts she could not name to a treasure that called to her blood like a siren's song. For Azir, watching through his scattered consciousness, the sight of Sivir wielding that particular blade was like witnessing a key being turned in a lock that had remained sealed for millennia. The weapon was more than mere metal and magic. It was a focus that had been crafted to channel the cosmic energies that flowed through the imperial bloodline. In the hands of a true descendant, it became a bridge between the world of mortal concerns and the realm of divine possibility that existed beyond normal perception. Yet even as hope began to stir in the depths of his imprisonment, Azir understood that mere bloodline connection would not be sufficient to break the mystical barriers that held him. The magical equations that governed his resurrection required more than genetic resonance. They demanded sacrifice of the most profound kind. Royal blood would need to be spilled not in anger or accident, but in the specific circumstances that would create the mystical conditions necessary for cosmic transformation. The irony was cruel in its perfection. The Empire's greatest hope for restoration lay in the potential death of its last true heir. Sivir's blood spilled in the right place at the right time could serve as the catalyst that would finally free Azir from his prison of crystallized time. Yet such liberation would come at the cost of the very life that made it possible, creating a paradox that seemed to mock the possibility of redemption, even as it offered the key to achieving it. For years, Azir watched as Sivir moved through the desert like a force of nature, her mercenary band taking contracts that led them deeper into the heart of the wasteland, where ancient powers still stirred beneath the sand. She was drawn by instincts she could not name toward destinations that seemed to choose her rather than being chosen, following paths that led inevitably toward the ruins where her ancestor waited in patient agony for the moment of his release. The convergence of bloodline and destiny began to accelerate as Sivir's reputation spread throughout the scattered communities of the deep desert. Her successes as a mercenary captain were legendary, but more than mere skill with weapons marked her as extraordinary. She possessed an uncanny ability to navigate the treacherous political waters of the wasteland, to forge alliances between traditionally hostile tribes, to find ancient treasures in places where others discovered only sand and disappointment. Yet with each victory, each successful expedition into the haunted places where normal mortals feared to tread, Sivir was being drawn deeper into a web of destiny that she could neither see nor escape. The forces that governed fate itself were conspiring to bring her to the precise location where her death could serve as the key to cosmic resurrection, and even her formidable skills as a warrior and leader were merely tools being used by powers beyond her comprehension. The tomb that would serve as the stage for transformation was itself a marvel of ancient engineering and mystical calculation. Hidden beneath layers of sand and protected by wards that had endured for millennia, it represented the culmination of Shurima magical knowledge applied to the problem of preserving imperial essence across the vast expanses of time. The architects who had designed it understood that resurrection would require more than mere wishful thinking. It would demand precise alignment of cosmic forces, exact timing, and sacrifice of the most precious kind. Every surface of the tomb was covered with hieroglyphs and mystical diagrams that mapped the flow of magical energy through patterns so complex that even master mages would have struggled to comprehend their purpose. These were not mere decorations but functional elements of a resurrection engine that had been preparing for activation across the long centuries of Azir's imprisonment. The spilled blood of a true descendant would serve as the final component needed to complete circuits of power that spanned both physical and spiritual dimensions. As Sivir's mercenary band approached the tomb's hidden entrance, drawn by rumors of treasure that promised to make them all wealthy beyond imagination, neither she nor her companions understood that they were approaching a cosmic fulcrum point where individual choices would determine the fate of entire civilizations. The greed that motivated their expedition was itself merely another tool being used by forces that operated on scales beyond mortal comprehension. The tomb's guardians, mystical constructs that had maintained their vigil through millennia of silence, stirred to life as living blood approached the sacred chambers where resurrection awaited. These were not mere mechanical devices but spiritual entities that had been bound to their purpose by oaths that transcended death itself. They would test any who sought to disturb the tomb's secrets, separating the worthy from the merely ambitious through trials that demanded courage, wisdom, and ultimately sacrifice. For Azir, the approach of his descendant toward the chamber where his essence lay waiting was both triumph and torture. After endless centuries of helpless observation, the possibility of return to physical existence blazed before him like a sunrise after infinite night. Yet the price of that return would be the life of the young woman whose courage and skill had brought her to this moment of destiny, creating a moral paradox that challenged even his expanded understanding of cosmic justice. The mystical resonance that flowed between ancestor and descendant grew stronger with each step. Sivir took deeper into the tomb's ancient passages. She began to experience visions and sensations that had no explanation in her previous experience. Glimpses of golden cities that had never existed in her lifetime, memories of ceremonies and celebrations that belonged to someone else's past, feelings of responsibility and authority that seemed to arise from sources beyond her individual identity. Yet even as these mystical experiences intensified, Sivir's practical nature kept her focused on the immediate challenges of navigating the tomb's deadly traps and guardian constructs. Her mercenary training had taught her to trust in tangible threats and measurable rewards, rather than abstract mystical phenomena, and this grounded approach served her well as she led her band deeper into chambers where reality itself had been shaped by cosmic forces. The crossblade she carried began to resonate with increasing intensity as it approached the heart of the tomb, its ancient runes glowing with light that seemed to originate from within the metal itself, rather than from any external source. The weapon was responding to proximity to its true purpose, awakening from dormancy to serve as the key that would unlock powers that had slumbered for millennia. When Sivir finally reached the central chamber where Azir's crystallized essence waited in patient suspension, the mystical forces that had been building toward this moment reached critical mass. The air itself seemed to vibrate with potential energy, while hieroglyphs carved into the chamber walls began to pulse with rhythmic light that matched the beating of her heart. This was the moment that cosmic mathematics had calculated across ages of preparation, the intersection of bloodline, location, and mystical timing that would allow resurrection to finally become reality. Yet even at this climactic moment, the choice remained hers to make. The mystical forces could arrange circumstances and create opportunities, but the final decision to sacrifice herself for the resurrection of an ancestor she had never known would have to come from her own will, rather than external compulsion. In this moment of ultimate testing, Sivir faced the fundamental question that defines all true heroism: what price is worth paying for the possibility of redemption? The crossblade in her hands pulsed with ancient power as she approached the crystalline formation where Azir's essence lay suspended between existence and void. Every instinct told her that touching that formation would trigger transformation beyond her ability to control or survive, yet something deeper than instinct, the call of blood and destiny that had brought her to this place, urged her forward toward a fate that would reshape the world. As her blood touched the ancient crystals and the resurrection began, as cosmic forces that had waited millennia for this moment finally found their release, as the tomb filled with light that had not been seen since the golden age of Shurima, we must ask ourselves, what legacy do we carry in our blood and our choices, and how do we honor the sacrifices of those who came before us, while still remaining true to our own path through life? Chapter 9. Rise from the Sands. There are moments in the cosmos when the impossible becomes inevitable, when forces that have slumbered for eons suddenly awaken with power that reshapes reality itself. Tonight, as we witness the culmination of our tale's greatest transformation, we stand at the threshold between legend and reality, between the weight of ancient promises and the blazing possibility of their fulfillment. Here, in chambers where time itself had been held in suspension, death becomes birth, and endings become the most magnificent of beginnings. The moment Sivir's blood touched the crystalline heart of the tomb, the mystical equations that had been calculating resurrection across millennia reached their final solution. The ancient crystals that had preserved Azir's essence began to sing with harmonics that existed beyond normal hearing, their resonance creating ripples in the fabric of reality that spread outward, like stones cast into a perfectly still pond. The tomb itself became a cosmic tuning fork, its every surface vibrating in sympathy with forces that bridged the gap between mortal limitation and divine possibility. Picture yourself as witness to the birth of a star, watching as scattered cosmic dust suddenly ignites into nuclear fire that illuminates entire galaxies. The resurrection of Azir was no less momentous, as consciousness that had been dispersed across multiple planes of existence began to coalesce into patterns that could support physical form. The chamber filled with light that had no earthly source, radiance that seemed to emanate from the very atoms of creation as they rearranged themselves, according to the will of awakening divinity. For Azir himself, the return to physical existence was a symphony of sensation that overwhelmed consciousness that had grown accustomed to the ethereal realm of pure thought and memory. After millennia of existence as scattered awareness, the simple act of drawing breath felt like a miracle beyond description. Air-filled lungs that materialized from crystallized light and divine will, while a heart that had not beaten for ages beyond counting suddenly resumed its ancient rhythm, with a sound like thunder rolling across desert wastes. Yet even as his physical form took shape from the convergence of mystical energies and royal blood, Azir's enhanced consciousness remained fully aware of the cosmic forces that flowed through him. He was no longer merely the mortal prince who had once dreamed of reforming an empire, nor was he the helpless observer who had watched that empire crumble into ruins. The millennia of imprisonment had transformed him into something that existed at the intersection of human understanding and cosmic awareness, an ascended emperor whose divine nature had been tempered by suffering into wisdom that transcended normal limitations. The first sensation that registered in his newly reformed awareness was the absence of the great sun disk that had once blazed eternal above his capital. The cosmic connection that should have linked him to the celestial power source that fueled Shuriman's civilization was severed, replaced by an aching void that spoke of destruction beyond repair. Yet even as this loss registered like a physical wound, Azir understood that his resurrection had created new possibilities for channeling divine energy, possibilities that might eventually allow him to restore what had been lost or create something even greater in its place. His newly materialized form was magnificent yet terrible, a fusion of human nobility and avian majesty that reflected both his mortal origins and his divine transformation. Golden sand flowed around him like liquid metal, responding to his will as naturally as mortal flesh had once obeyed neural commands. Wings of pure energy spread from his shoulders, their feathers composed of crystallized starlight that could bear him aloft on winds that existed beyond the physical realm. His eyes blazed with inner fire that had witnessed the birth and death of civilizations, while his voice carried harmonics that could shake mountains or soothe the most troubled soul. Yet, for all the cosmic power that flowed through his transformed being, the first words that escaped his newly formed lips were heartbreakingly human. "Sivir, my daughter, of daughters, what have you done?" The young woman who had sacrificed her life to enable his resurrection lay motionless at his feet, her blood still staining the ancient crystals that had served as the catalyst for transformation. The price of his return had been paid by one who shared his blood, yet had never known the glory of the empire she had died to restore. The grief that washed over Azir in that moment was amplified by his enhanced consciousness, until it became a force that shook the very foundations of the tomb. Millennia of helpless observation had prepared him for many things, but not for the immediate personal cost of resurrection purchased through innocent sacrifice. The irony was cruel beyond measure. His return to physical existence, which should have been a moment of triumph and vindication, was forever tainted by the knowledge that it had been made possible only through the death of his own descendant. As his awareness expanded beyond the confines of the tomb, and began to sense the world that existed beyond its ancient walls, Azir faced a revelation that struck him with the force of cosmic catastrophe. The empire that had been the center of his identity, the civilization that had defined his purpose and shaped his dreams, was gone so completely that not even ruins remained of most of its former glory. Where great cities had once teemed with life and learning, only empty deserts stretched toward horizons that held no trace of the monuments and achievements that had once made Shurima the envy of the world. The shock of this discovery was magnified by the enhanced perception that came with his divine nature. He could sense the absence of every library that had been burned, feel the silence where once great academies had rung with scholarly debate, perceive the emptiness where temples and palaces had once showcased the artistic achievements of generations. The empire he had died trying to preserve, and had spent millennia hoping to restore, existed now only in his memories and in the scattered blood of descendants who had no knowledge of their heritage. Yet, perhaps most devastating of all was his awareness of what had become of his fellow Ascended, the divine warriors who had once served as the Empire's ultimate guardians and the living embodiment of Shuriman greatness. The mystical corruption that had flowed from his failed transformation had twisted their noble natures into something monstrous, turning protectors into destroyers and champions into engines of conquest and chaos. The darken that now plagued the world were mockeries of what they had once been, their divine power perverted into tools of destruction rather than instruments of justice and protection. Through his enhanced consciousness, Azir could perceive the psychic scars that the Darken Wars had left across the face of Runeterra. Entire regions bore the mystical equivalent of radiation burns where divine power had been used for purposes that violated the fundamental nature of cosmic order. The damage was not merely physical but existential, creating zones where reality itself remained unstable and the normal laws of cause and effect operated according to alien logic that defied mortal comprehension. The weight of responsibility for all this devastation pressed upon Azir's consciousness like a mountain of guilt and regret. His pride, his impatience, his failure to recognize the darkness growing in Zareth's heart. All of these had contributed to the cosmic catastrophe that had destroyed the greatest civilization in Runeterra's history. The knowledge that his own choices had played a role in creating such comprehensive suffering was almost unbearable, even for consciousness that had been expanded beyond normal human limitations. As he slowly began to move through the tomb's ancient passages, each step carrying him closer to the surface world that awaited beyond, Azir tried to process the full scope of what he had learned through his expanded awareness. The political landscape of Runeterra had been completely transformed during his imprisonment, with new nations and powers filling the void left by Shurima's collapse. The technological and magical knowledge that had been the foundation of imperial achievement had been lost and forgotten, replaced by crude substitutes that barely qualified as echoes of what had once been possible. Yet even as despair threatened to overwhelm him, Azir began to perceive possibilities that his mortal consciousness could never have imagined. His transformation into a true Ascended had granted him capabilities that transcended the limitations that had constrained his original vision for imperial reform. The power that now flowed through his divine form was sufficient not merely to restore what had been lost, but to create something greater than had ever existed before. The scattered descendants of his people, though ignorant of their heritage and divided by centuries of separation, still carried within their blood the potential for greatness that had once made Shurima mighty. With proper guidance and the inspiration of visible divine leadership, these scattered tribes and communities could be forged into the foundation of a new empire that would learn from the mistakes of the past, while embracing possibilities that had never before been attempted. As Azir finally emerged from the tomb into the blazing sunlight of the desert surface, his transformed presence began to exert immediate effects on the environment around him. Sand that had lain lifeless for millennia suddenly stirred with new purpose, rising into the air in patterns that defied natural explanation. The very ground beneath his feet seemed to pulse with renewed vitality, as if the cosmic energies that flowed through his divine form were awakening forces that had slumbered since the Empire's fall. Yet the sight that greeted him upon reaching the surface was a landscape of desolation that drove home the full scope of what had been lost. Where the great capital had once blazed with golden glory, only scattered ruins poked through the shifting sands like the bones of a vast corpse. The eternal sun disk that should have hung blazing in the sky was gone, its absence creating a void in the cosmic order that affected everything from weather patterns to the flow of magical energy throughout the region. The first living beings to witness Azir's resurrection were a small band of desert nomads whose water-seeking journey had brought them near the tomb's hidden entrance. Their reaction to the sight of a divine emperor rising from the sand like a force of nature incarnate, was a mixture of terror and awe that reflected humanity's instinctive response to the presence of cosmic power made manifest. Some fell to their knees in worship, while others fled in panic, but all were forever changed by the encounter with divinity that had returned to walk among mortals. For these simple desert dwellers, the appearance of Azir represented the fulfillment of legends that had been passed down through generations as half-remembered myths. The Golden Emperor, who would one day return to restore justice and prosperity to the wasteland, had suddenly become reality, his presence transforming abstract hope into tangible possibility. Yet the divine figure that stood before them bore little resemblance to the idealized savior of their folklore, his majestic form shadowed by grief, and his blazing eyes reflecting depths of suffering that no mortal mind could fully comprehend. As word of his resurrection began to spread throughout the scattered communities of the deep desert, Azir found himself confronting the enormous gulf that separated divine capability from practical implementation. The power that flowed through his transformed being was sufficient to reshape continents and alter the course of history. Yet the immediate challenge was far more mundane. How does one begin the process of rebuilding civilization from the scattered remnants of a culture that has been fragmented for millennia? The task ahead was daunting beyond measure, requiring not just divine power, but the wisdom to use that power in ways that would create lasting positive change, rather than merely impressive displays of cosmic capability. The mistakes of his mortal past had taught him that good intentions alone were insufficient to guarantee beneficial outcomes, and the price of failure in his current circumstances would be measured not in personal disappointment, but in the suffering of entire civilizations. Yet, as the first day of his resurrection drew toward its close, and the desert sun began its descent toward the horizon, Azir felt stirring within his divine consciousness something that had been absent during the long millennia of imprisonment: hope. The empire that had fallen could not be restored in its original form, but perhaps something greater could be built from its ashes. The bloodlines that carried imperial heritage could be reunited and guided toward achievements that would surpass even the golden age that had been lost. As we witness this moment of cosmic rebirth and tentative hope emerging from the depths of ancient tragedy, we must ask ourselves, how do we find the strength to begin again when everything we have built has crumbled to dust? And what wisdom do we need to ensure that our efforts to create a better future do not repeat the mistakes that destroyed our past? Chapter 10. The Emperor's New Reality. There is perhaps no greater challenge than awakening to discover that the world you knew has become a stranger, that the certainties which once defined your existence have dissolved like morning mist before the desert sun. Tonight, as we explore the depths of transformation and adaptation, we witness how even divine consciousness must grapple with the humbling reality that time changes all things, and that the greatest power in the universe cannot restore what has been forever lost to the patient erosion of centuries. In the days following his resurrection, Azir began the painful process of truly comprehending the magnitude of change that had swept across the world during his millennia of imprisonment. Each revelation was like a fresh wound to consciousness that had been sustained by memories of imperial glory, forcing him to confront not just the physical destruction of his empire, but the complete transformation of human civilization itself. The scattered nomadic tribes that now inhabited the desert wasteland bore only the faintest resemblance to the sophisticated citizens who had once populated his great cities. Picture yourself as an ancient oak tree, suddenly awakening to find that the vast forest which had once surrounded you has been replaced by an alien landscape of plants and creatures you cannot recognize. This was Azir's experience as he began to explore the remnants of his former domain, his enhanced perception allowing him to see not just the current state of the world, but the layers of change that had accumulated like sediment across the long centuries of his absence. The first nomadic settlement he encountered was typical of what had become of Shurima's civilization, a cluster of worn tents, arranged around a barely adequate water source, inhabited by perhaps 50 souls whose daily existence was defined entirely by the struggle for survival in an unforgiving environment. These were not the degraded remnants of urban sophistication, but rather people who had adapted over generations to circumstances that bore no resemblance to the prosperity and security their ancestors had known. Their language, though recognizably descended from the classical Shuriman tongue, had evolved so dramatically that Azir found communication challenging, despite his divine enhancement of consciousness. Words that had once carried precise meanings in the context of imperial administration had been simplified or abandoned entirely, replaced by practical terminology better suited to the immediate concerns of desert survival. The elaborate grammatical structures that had once allowed for sophisticated philosophical discourse had given way to straightforward patterns designed for efficient communication of essential information. Yet what struck Azir most profoundly was not the changes in language or lifestyle, but the complete absence of any memory or understanding of what their ancestors had achieved. These people, whose bloodlines could be traced directly back to the citizens of his great empire, had no knowledge of the magnificent cities their forebears had built, no awareness of the technological and magical achievements that had once made Shurima the envy of the world, no comprehension of the cosmic forces that had elevated their civilization to heights never before or since attained. When Azir first appeared among them, rising from the desert sands with wings of crystallized starlight and eyes that blazed with inner fire, their reaction was one of instinctive worship mixed with terror. Yet their reverence was based not on recognition of his true identity, but on the assumption that he was some form of desert spirit or jinn, whose favor might be courted for practical benefits like water or protection from raiders. The idea that he might be their returning emperor, the divine ruler whose resurrection had been prophesied in half-remembered legends, seemed as foreign to them as the concept of traveling to distant stars. The elderly tribal leader who eventually worked up the courage to approach Azir was a weathered woman named Kahila, whose sharp intelligence and natural authority reminded him painfully of the provincial governors who had once administered his empire with such skill and dedication. Yet where those ancient administrators had possessed the accumulated wisdom of generations of imperial scholarship, Kahila's knowledge was limited to the practical skills needed for tribal survival and the fragmented oral traditions that preserved only the most basic elements of Shuriman culture. "Great Spirit of the Sands," she said in the simplified dialect that had evolved from his once proud imperial language, "what do you seek from the children of the sun? We have little to offer, save our respect, and what small hospitality our poor circumstances allow." Her words were spoken with the dignity of one who had learned to maintain honor even in the most reduced circumstances, yet they highlighted the vast gulf that separated the current reality from the glorious past that lived on only in Azir's enhanced memory. The conversation that followed was perhaps one of the most painful experiences of Azir's existence, as he gradually came to understand just how completely the knowledge and culture of his empire had been erased from human memory. Kahila separate bouquet of legends that described a golden age when the desert had bloomed with impossible gardens and great cities had risen from the sand, like mirages made real. But these stories had become so abstract and mythologized that they bore little resemblance to historical reality. "The old ones speak of emperors who could command the very stars," she explained, her weathered face reflecting the mixture of belief and skepticism that characterizes oral traditions that have been passed down through too many generations. "They say that one day such a ruler will return to make the desert bloom again and restore the children of the sun to their rightful glory. But these are tales for children and dreamers. The reality is that we must find water each day and shelter each night, and leave the distant future to take care of itself." Azir found himself struggling with the fundamental question of how to reveal his true identity to people who lacked the cultural framework necessary to understand what such a revelation would mean. The concepts of divine transformation, cosmic responsibility, and imperial destiny that had been central to ancient Shuriman civilization were so foreign to the current nomadic culture that explaining them would be like trying to describe color to those who had been born blind. Yet, even as he grappled with this challenge of communication across cultural chasms, Azir began to perceive that the adaptation these people had made to their harsh circumstances represented a form of wisdom that his ancient empire had perhaps lacked. Where imperial civilization had depended on complex systems and elaborate infrastructure that proved vulnerable to catastrophic failure, the nomadic culture had developed resilience and flexibility that had allowed it to survive conditions that would have destroyed more rigid social structures. The children of the tribe displayed a natural affinity for the harsh desert environment that impressed even Azir's enhanced consciousness. They could read weather patterns in the movement of sand grains, find water sources by observing the behavior of insects, and navigate vast expanses of seemingly identical wasteland using skills that bordered on the mystical. These abilities represented a form of practical magic that had evolved in response to necessity, creating capabilities that were different from but no less remarkable than the cosmic powers that had once flowed through imperial civilization. As days turned into weeks, and Azir spent more time among these scattered descendants of his people, he began to understand that restoration of the empire could not simply involve rebuilding what had been lost. The people themselves had changed too fundamentally for that approach to be viable. Instead, any new civilization would need to be constructed from the foundation of what they had become, incorporating the wisdom they had gained through centuries of adaptation, while gradually reintroducing the knowledge and capabilities that had been lost. The process of building trust and establishing communication was complicated by the natural suspicion that desert dwellers had developed toward anyone who claimed supernatural authority. Too many charlatans and would-be prophets had passed through their territories over the centuries, promising miracles and delivering only disappointment. Azir's obvious divine nature commanded respect and attention, but converting that initial awe into genuine belief and cooperation would require demonstrations of not just power, but wisdom and benevolence. His first efforts to help the tribe were carefully calculated to provide immediate practical benefits, while beginning the gradual process of expanding their understanding of what was possible. Using his cosmic awareness to locate underground water sources, he guided them to oases that had been hidden for generations beneath shifting sands. Through subtle applications of divine power, he encouraged the growth of hardy plants that could provide both food and shelter in the harsh desert environment. Yet each act of assistance was accompanied by gentle instruction, designed to reintroduce concepts and capabilities that had been lost during the dark centuries. He showed them techniques for working metal that had been forgotten since the collapse of urban civilization, taught them mathematical principles that could improve their navigation and resource management, and gradually began sharing stories that preserved accurate historical knowledge rather than the mythologized legends that had replaced factual memory. The response of the tribe to these teachings revealed both the potential and the limitations of his mission. The younger members, their minds still flexible enough to absorb new concepts, showed remarkable aptitude for rediscovering knowledge that their ancestors had taken for granted. They grasped mathematical principles with intuitive understanding, demonstrated natural talent for metallurgy and engineering, and displayed an eagerness to learn that reminded Azir of his own youthful enthusiasm for education and improvement. The older tribal members, however, were more resistant to changes that challenged worldviews that had been shaped by generations of harsh experience. They appreciated the practical benefits that Azir's presence brought to their daily lives, but they remained skeptical of grander visions that seemed to promise more than reality could deliver. Their caution was born from wisdom earned through disappointment, and Azir gradually came to realize that their resistance represented a valuable check against the kind of unrealistic ambitions that had contributed to his empire's original downfall. As word of the divine presence in Kahila's tribe began to spread throughout the scattered nomadic communities of the deep desert, other groups began making pilgrimages to witness the miracle for themselves. Each new arrival brought different perspectives and capabilities, creating opportunities for cultural exchange that had been impossible when these people lived in isolation from one another. The gathering that gradually formed around Azir represented the first large-scale cooperation between nomadic tribes in living memory. Old rivalries and territorial disputes were set aside as the various groups recognized that the presence of a genuinely divine figure created possibilities that transcended their traditional limitations. For the first time in centuries, the descendants of the great empire began to think in terms larger than immediate survival, to consider what might be achieved through united effort rather than individual struggle. Yet this convergence of tribes also highlighted the enormous challenges that would need to be overcome before any true restoration could be attempted. The different groups had developed distinct cultures and customs during their centuries of separation, creating conflicts and misunderstandings that complicated efforts to forge them into a unified whole. Disputes over water rights, grazing territories, and trade routes threatened to shatter the fragile cooperation that Azir's presence had made possible. His role as mediator in these conflicts provided valuable insights into the political realities that would shape any attempt to rebuild Shurima's civilization. The skills required for managing the complex relationships between nomadic tribes were different from, but no less challenging than those needed for governing a vast empire. Success would depend not just on divine power, but on diplomatic wisdom, cultural sensitivity, and the patience to allow organic development rather than forcing rapid change. The young people who had been drawn from various tribes to learn directly from Azir began to form the nucleus of what might eventually become a new educated class, though their training differed dramatically from the formal academic instruction that had characterized imperial education. Their lessons took place around campfires under desert stars, with practical applications that addressed immediate needs while gradually building toward more sophisticated understanding of cosmic principles and advanced techniques. Among these students, Azir began to identify individuals who showed particular promise for leadership roles in whatever civilization might eventually emerge from the current foundation. Yet he was careful to avoid the mistake of choosing successors based purely on intellectual ability or personal charisma, having learned from bitter experience that such qualities alone were insufficient to guarantee wise governance. Character, compassion, and the ability to inspire genuine loyalty were equally important qualifications for those who would help shape the future. As the seasons turned, and the informal confederation of tribes around Azir grew larger and more stable, the first tentative steps toward permanent settlement began to emerge. Temporary camps became more elaborate and durable, with stone foundations replacing simple tent pegs and communal areas designed for long-term use rather than easy abandonment. These changes represented profound shifts in nomadic thinking, the beginning of a transformation from survival-focused mobility to the kind of settled existence that could support more complex civilization. Yet even as hope began to kindle in the hearts of those who had lived for generations without any prospect of improvement in their circumstances, the challenges ahead remained daunting beyond measure. The restoration of Shuriman greatness would require not just the cooperation of scattered desert tribes, but the development of entirely new approaches to governance, technology, and social organization that could succeed where the ancient empire had failed. As we observe this delicate process of rebuilding trust and laying new foundations from the scattered remnants of ancient glory, we must ask ourselves, how do we honor the wisdom of the past while adapting to the realities of the present? And what does it truly mean to restore something that has been fundamentally transformed by the passage of time? Chapter 11. Visions of Restoration. When divine vision meets mortal limitation, when cosmic possibility encounters the stubborn resistance of reality, the collision creates sparks that can either ignite the fires of transformation or burn down everything we hold dear. Tonight, as we approach the crescendo of our tale, we witness how an emperor's grand dreams for restoration must navigate the treacherous waters of ancient resentments, corrupted power, and the fundamental question of whether redemption is possible for those who have fallen furthest from grace. As the confederation of tribes around Azir grew into something approaching a genuine community, his divine consciousness began to perceive possibilities that stretched far beyond the immediate concerns of desert survival. The success of the initial gathering had proven that cooperation between the scattered descendants of his people was not only possible, but could produce results that exceeded the sum of their individual capabilities. This revelation ignited within him a vision of restoration that was both magnificent in its scope and terrifyingly ambitious in its requirements. Picture yourself standing beside Azir, on a rise overlooking the sprawling encampment that had grown around his presence, watching as he gestured toward empty horizons with hands that crackled with barely contained cosmic energy. "Here," he would say, his voice carrying harmonics that made the very air shimmer with possibility. "We will build a new capital that will make the ancient glory seem modest by comparison, not merely a city, but a beacon that will call to every child of Shurima scattered across the world, offering them a chance to reclaim their heritage and surpass their ancestors' greatest achievements." The architectural plans that took shape in Azir's enhanced consciousness were indeed breathtaking in their ambition and scope. The new capital would rise from the desert sands, like a phoenix emerging from ashes, its golden spires reaching toward the heavens, while its foundations delved deep into the earth, to tap the mystical energies that flowed through the planet's core. Great pyramids would serve as both monuments to past glory and functional focuses for cosmic power, their crystalline caps designed to channel stellar energy in ways that the ancient sun disk had never achieved. But this physical restoration was only the beginning of Azir's grand vision. The new Shurima would not simply recreate the hierarchical structures and social divisions that had characterized the ancient empire. Instead, it would fulfill the promise of meritocracy that he and Xerath had dreamed of in their youth, creating a civilization where talent and virtue would determine advancement rather than accident of birth. The scattered nomadic tribes would be transformed into the foundation of a society that combined the practical wisdom they had gained through centuries of hardship with the cosmic knowledge that had once made their ancestors mighty. Yet, even as these magnificent plans took shape in his divine imagination, word of his resurrection had spread far beyond the desert wasteland, carrying rumors and legends to corners of Runeterra, where the name of Shurima still carried weight and meaning. Some who heard these tales felt stirrings of hope and ancestral pride, but others responded with fear and suspicion that reflected the darker aspects of imperial history. The merchants and rulers of modern nations viewed the potential restoration of Shuriman power with alarm that bordered on panic. An empire that had once dominated continental trade and commanded respect from every corner of the known world would inevitably disrupt the political and economic arrangements that had evolved during its absence. The idea of divine emperors returning to claim territories and resources that had been considered safely abandoned for millennia created anxieties that threatened to destabilize international relations across multiple regions. More immediately threatening was the response of those who had once been Azir's divine peers but had fallen to the corruption that flowed from his failed transformation. The Darkin, scattered across Runeterra in their weapon prisons, began to stir with renewed malevolence as they sensed the return of the one whose betrayal had initiated their fall from grace. Ancient resentments that had festered for millennia suddenly found new focus and purpose, creating the potential for conflicts that could devastate entire continents. But perhaps most personally painful of all was the inevitable confrontation with Xerath himself. The former friend, whose betrayal had initiated the cosmic catastrophe that destroyed everything they had both claimed to love. The arcane being that had once been a brilliant slave boy, dreaming of justice and equality, had become something that existed beyond normal categories of existence. His consciousness expanded by stolen divine power, but twisted by the chaotic forces he had unleashed. Their eventual meeting would be more than a simple conflict between former allies. It would be a reckoning that could determine the fate of reality itself. The first signs of Xerath's awareness of Azir's return manifested as disturbances in the magical fields that surrounded the growing settlement. Reality began to warp in subtle but disturbing ways as mystical energies that had been carefully balanced were suddenly subjected to outside influence. Sandstorms arose from clear skies, while oases that had provided reliable water for generations suddenly dried up or became poisoned with magical contamination that made them unusable. These manifestations were not random acts of destruction, but calculated psychological warfare designed to undermine the confidence and loyalty of the tribes that had gathered around Azir. Zareth understood that direct confrontation with his former friend would be catastrophically destructive regardless of who emerged victorious, so his initial approach focused on eroding the foundation of support that made Azir's restoration possible. If the Emperor could be isolated from his people, made to appear powerless or unreliable, then the entire project of rebuilding Shurima's civilization might collapse without the need for cosmic battle. Azir's response to these provocations revealed how profoundly his consciousness had been changed by the millennia of imprisonment and the painful lessons learned through observing the consequences of his past mistakes. Where the young prince might have responded with immediate retaliation and escalating displays of power, the resurrected emperor chose patience and careful preparation. He understood that Zareth's attacks were designed to provoke exactly the kind of rash action that had contributed to their original catastrophe. Instead of rising to the bait, Azir focused his efforts on strengthening the bonds of trust and cooperation that held his growing community together. He worked tirelessly to demonstrate that divine power could be used for protection and improvement rather than domination and destruction, showing his people through actions rather than words that the new Shurima would be built on foundations of mutual respect rather than hierarchical oppression. The magical defenses he established around the settlement were marvels of cosmic engineering that operated according to principles of harmony and balance rather than simple overwhelming force. Protective barriers wove themselves through the fabric of reality like golden threads, creating zones of stability where the normal laws of cause and effect were reinforced rather than violated. These defenses could turn aside Zareth's attacks without causing collateral damage that might harm the innocent people they were designed to protect. Yet even as Azir worked to build and protect his growing community, he was forced to grapple with the moral complexities that surrounded his treatment of former enemies and corrupted allies. The Darkin, who had once been his divine peers, were undeniably monsters whose continued existence posed terrible threats to innocent populations across Runeterra. Yet they had become monsters, largely because of the corruption that flowed from his own failed transformation, making him at least partially responsible for their fall from grace. This realization led to one of the most difficult decisions of Azir's entire existence. Rather than simply destroying the Darkin as enemies of cosmic order, he began developing plans for potential redemption that might offer them a chance to reclaim their original noble natures. The magical techniques required for such transformation would push the boundaries of what was considered possible, even for divine consciousness. Yet the alternative, eternal conflict with beings whose corruption was partly his fault, seemed even less acceptable. The first attempts at reaching out to his corrupted former peers met with responses that ranged from savage hostility to mocking dismissal. Atrox, the Darkened Blade, whose fall had been perhaps the most complete and devastating, responded to Azir's overtures with violence so pure and concentrated that entire regions were scarred by their brief confrontation. The warrior who had once embodied the noblest aspects of divine purpose had become an engine of destruction that viewed any attempt at communication as weakness to be exploited. Varus, trapped within his bow prison alongside the tormented souls of two mortal hosts, proved more receptive to dialogue, but no less dangerous in his complexity. The ancient Darkin's consciousness had become fragmented across multiple personalities, creating a being whose responses to Azir's approaches varied wildly depending on which aspect of his nature was ascendant at any given moment. Sometimes he spoke with the voice of the noble guardian he had once been, expressing genuine desire for redemption and restoration. Other times he raged with the fury of cosmic forces perverted beyond recognition, threatening destruction that would make their ancient conflicts seem like children's games. Yet perhaps the most heartbreaking encounter was with Renekton, whose transformation from noble guardian to maddened beast had been gradual enough that traces of his original personality still remained visible beneath the layers of corruption. The crocodile-headed Ascended had once been among Azir's most trusted allies, a being whose absolute loyalty and unwavering sense of justice had made him invaluable during the Empire's golden age. Now he existed in a state of constant internal conflict, his noble nature warring against the madness that had consumed his consciousness during the long centuries of cosmic corruption. "Brother Emperor," Renekton had said during their first meeting since the resurrection, his voice carrying harmonics of both recognition and rage. "Do you see what your pride has made of us? Do you understand the price that others have paid for your noble dreams and cosmic ambitions?" The pain in those words cut deeper than any physical weapon could have managed, forcing Azir to confront not just the scope of damage that had resulted from his choices, but the personal cost that his dearest friends had been forced to bear. The conversations that followed were exercises in diplomatic and emotional complexity that would have challenged even cosmic consciousness. Each word had to be carefully chosen to avoid triggering the violent responses that the darkened corruption made almost inevitable, while simultaneously conveying genuine remorse and offering realistic hope for eventual redemption. The process was made more difficult by the fact that the corrupted Ascended were not entirely wrong in their accusations. Azir's choices had indeed contributed to their fall, and his current efforts at restoration could not erase the millennia of suffering they had endured. Yet even as these painful reconciliations proceeded with agonizing slowness, Azir's primary focus remained on the growing community of mortal descendants who looked to him for guidance and protection. Their needs were immediate and practical, requiring solutions that could be implemented with available resources, rather than cosmic powers that might destabilize the very foundations they were trying to build. The challenge was to inspire hope and ambition, while maintaining the careful patience that would prevent another catastrophic collapse. The educational programs he established were perhaps his greatest source of pride and hope, representing the fulfillment of dreams that had been deferred for millennia. Young people from across the scattered tribes came to learn not just practical skills, but the philosophical principles and mathematical insights that had once made Shuriman's civilization great. Yet these new students were taught with constant awareness of the dangers that came with unchecked ambition, their instruction balanced by ethical training that emphasized responsibility and restraint. The first generation of these new scholars showed promise that exceeded even Azir's enhanced expectations. They grasped complex concepts with intuitive understanding, while maintaining the practical wisdom that their nomadic heritage had provided. Most importantly, they demonstrated the kind of moral character that could be trusted with growing knowledge and power, showing genuine concern for the welfare of others, rather than mere personal advancement. As the new settlement grew from a collection of tribes into something that approached a genuine city, its success began to attract attention from across the known world. Delegations arrived from distant nations seeking trade agreements, alliance opportunities, or simply intelligence about the scope and intentions of the restored Shuriman power. These diplomatic contacts provided valuable opportunities to establish the new empire as a force for stability and cooperation rather than conquest and domination. Yet each success also brought new challenges that tested the limits of Azir's wisdom and patience. The expectations placed upon him by both his own people and outside observers were enormous, creating pressure to demonstrate dramatic progress and impressive achievements that might compromise the careful, gradual approach he had learned was necessary for lasting success. The temptation to use his cosmic powers to force rapid advancement was constant, requiring continuous effort to resist the same kind of impatience that had contributed to his original downfall. The most significant test came when Zareth finally emerged from the shadows where he had been orchestrating indirect attacks and challenged Azir to direct confrontation. The meeting between the two former friends took place in the ruins of their ancient capital, amid the twisted wreckage that served as a monument to the price of betrayed trust and cosmic ambition unchecked by wisdom. "Have you learned nothing from our shared catastrophe?" Zareth demanded, his form crackling with energies that made reality itself seem unstable. "Do you still believe that good intentions can justify the risks of cosmic transformation? Look around us at what our noble dreams accomplished the first time. Can you honestly claim that your current plans will lead to any better outcome?" The confrontation that followed was not the physical battle that observers might have expected, but rather a debate that touched upon the fundamental questions of responsibility, redemption, and the possibility of learning from past mistakes. Both beings possessed power sufficient to reshape continents, yet they chose to fight with words and ideas rather than cosmic forces, understanding that the outcome of their conflict would determine far more than mere personal victory or defeat. As we witnessed this momentous encounter between former friends, whose choices had shaped the destiny of civilizations, we must ask ourselves, can those who have fallen furthest from grace truly find redemption? And what price are we willing to pay to offer second chances to those whose first chances led to such devastating consequences? Chapter 12. The Golden Future. In the quiet hours before dawn, when the darkness begins its slow retreat before the promise of emerging light, we find ourselves at the threshold between ending and beginning, between the weight of ancient lessons and the hope of futures yet unwritten. Tonight, as our tale reaches its contemplative conclusion, we witness how wisdom earned through suffering can transform the pursuit of glory into something far more precious, the patient cultivation of lasting peace and genuine prosperity for all who dwell beneath the vast desert sky. The confrontation between Azir and Zareth in the ruins of their ancient capital had ended not with cosmic destruction, but with something far more powerful and unexpected. The beginning of understanding. Though their philosophical differences remained vast, and their approaches to reconstruction fundamentally incompatible, both beings had been changed by the millennia of separation and the weight of consequences that had flowed from their original choices. The conversation that stretched across days and nights revealed depths of regret and wisdom that neither had possessed during their youth. Perhaps, Zareth had said, as their debate reached its most crucial point, his form flickering between rage and something that might have been hope. The greatest tragedy is not that we failed, but that we failed to trust each other enough to succeed together. Your patience and my urgency might have balanced each other if we had possessed the wisdom to communicate honestly rather than assuming we understood each other's hearts. This acknowledgement, though it could not erase the cosmic devastation their conflict had caused, opened possibilities that neither being had dared to imagine during the long centuries of mutual resentment. Not reconciliation. Perhaps the wounds were too deep, and the fundamental differences too profound for that, but a kind of respectful detente that allowed both to pursue their visions of restoration without the constant threat of mutually assured destruction. The agreement they eventually reached was as complex as it was unprecedented. Zareth would withdraw from direct interference with Azir's reconstruction efforts, while Azir would acknowledge his former friend's right to seek his own path toward whatever redemption might be possible for one whose nature had been so profoundly altered by stolen divine power. It was not forgiveness. Such a concept was meaningless in the context of cosmic forces and universal consequences, but it was the beginning of acceptance that even the greatest mistakes might contain within them the seeds of eventual wisdom. With this uneasy peace established, Azir could finally turn his full attention to the monumental task of building a civilization that could learn from the past while embracing the possibilities of the future. The settlement that had grown around his presence was evolving rapidly, its temporary structures giving way to permanent buildings that reflected both practical desert wisdom and aesthetic sensibilities that recalled the greatest achievements of imperial architecture. Yet the new constructions were deliberately different from their ancient predecessors, incorporating design elements that emphasized community cooperation rather than hierarchical dominance. The great central plaza was designed not for imperial ceremonies, but for democratic gatherings, where all citizens could participate in discussions that affected their collective future. The buildings themselves were oriented to create natural spaces for social interaction, encouraging the kind of organic community development that could not be mandated from above, but had to emerge from genuine shared values. The educational institutions that Azir established represented perhaps his greatest hope for avoiding the mistakes that had doomed his first empire. The new academies taught not just technical knowledge and practical skills, but emphasized ethical reasoning and emotional wisdom as equally important components of a complete education. Students learn to question authority, including their own future authority, and to consider the long-term consequences of their choices rather than focusing solely on immediate benefits. Most importantly, the curriculum included detailed study of the original empire's rise and fall, with particular attention to the factors that had led to cosmic catastrophe. The goal was not to discourage ambition or innovation, but to ensure that future generations would possess the wisdom necessary to pursue noble goals through sustainable means. The story of Azir and Xerath's friendship and its tragic consequences became a central case study in the importance of communication, trust, and the recognition that even the closest relationships require constant care and attention to survive the pressures of power and responsibility. The agricultural innovations that emerged from this new approach to education exceeded even Azir's divine expectations. Young scholars working in collaboration with experienced desert dwellers developed farming techniques that could coax remarkable productivity from land that had been considered barely habitable. These advances were achieved not through magical intervention, but through careful observation, patient experimentation, and the kind of systematic thinking that had once characterized Shurima's science at its finest. The trade networks that gradually connected the growing city to distant markets were established on principles of mutual benefit rather than imperial extraction. Instead of demanding tribute from weaker neighbors, the new Shurima offered knowledge, craftsmanship, and fair exchange that created prosperity for all participants. This approach took longer to generate wealth than simple conquest would have, but it built relationships based on respect and cooperation that could survive the inevitable changes that time would bring. As years passed and the restoration project matured, Azir began to perceive that his role was evolving in ways he had not anticipated. Where he had once assumed that divine emperorship meant making all important decisions personally, he discovered that his greatest contributions came through creating systems and institutions that could function effectively without constant intervention from above. The goal was not to build a civilization dependent on his continued presence, but to establish foundations strong enough to support organic growth and adaptation. The democratic elements that gradually developed within the new government structure were not planned from the beginning, but emerged naturally as educated citizens began to take greater responsibility for managing their own affairs. Azir found himself serving more as a wise counselor and final arbitrator than as an absolute ruler, his divine powers reserved for genuine emergencies rather than routine administrative decisions. This evolution felt strange at first to one who had been raised with expectations of imperial authority, yet it proved far more satisfying than the lonely burden of absolute responsibility had ever been. The artistic renaissance that flowered in the new Shurima reflected the synthesis of ancient wisdom and contemporary innovation that characterized the entire restoration project. Poets and musicians drew inspiration from classical forms, while creating new expressions that spoke to modern experiences and concerns. The great murals that decorated public buildings told stories that honored the past, while celebrating the possibilities of the present, creating cultural continuity that did not require slavish imitation of previous achievements. Perhaps most significantly, the new artistic traditions included honest depictions of the empire's fall and the price of cosmic hubris, ensuring that beauty and celebration would always be balanced by remembrance and humility. These works served as constant reminders that even the greatest civilizations are fragile, dependent on the choices of fallible individuals who must navigate the complexities of power and responsibility without perfect knowledge or guaranteed success. The religious traditions that developed around Azir's divine presence were deliberately structured to avoid the personality cult that had surrounded previous ascended emperors. Instead of focusing worship on his individual greatness, the new spirituality emphasized the cosmic principles and universal values that his resurrection represented. Citizens were encouraged to see themselves as participants in divine creation rather than mere subjects of divine authority, with their own roles to play in building and maintaining a just and prosperous society. As the new capital grew into a genuine metropolis that attracted visitors and immigrants from across the known world, Its success began to influence political and social developments far beyond Shurima's borders. Other nations observed with interest the combination of technological innovation, social cooperation, and spiritual wisdom that characterized the restored empire, some adopting similar approaches in their own territories, while others viewing the experiment with suspicion and concern. The diplomatic relationships that Azir carefully cultivated with neighboring powers were based on principles of mutual respect and shared benefit rather than dominance and extraction. These alliances proved remarkably stable precisely because they were entered into voluntarily by partners who understood that cooperation served their long-term interests better than competition or conflict. The network of peaceful relationships that gradually developed created a zone of stability that benefited all participants. Yet even as the restoration project achieved successes that exceeded his most optimistic projections, Azir remained constantly aware of the fragility that characterized all mortal achievements. The cycles of rise and fall that had shaped history since the beginning of time would inevitably affect his new empire just as they had influenced all previous civilizations. The question was not whether change would come, but whether the foundations he was laying could adapt and evolve, rather than simply crumbling when faced with new challenges. The institutions he established were deliberately designed with flexibility and resilience as primary considerations. Educational systems emphasized critical thinking rather than rote memorization, ensuring that future generations would be capable of developing new solutions rather than merely preserving old ones. Economic structures encouraged diversification and innovation, reducing dependence on any single resource or trade relationship that might prove vulnerable to disruption. Most importantly, the cultural values that were being woven into the fabric of the new society emphasized humility, cooperation, and continuous learning as essential virtues for both individuals and civilizations. These values were not imposed from above, but developed organically through the experiences of building something meaningful together, creating deep roots that could sustain the community through whatever challenges the future might bring. As Azir stood in his palace chambers during the quiet hours before dawn, looking out over the city that had grown from desperate refugee camps into a beacon of hope and prosperity, he reflected on the profound changes that had taken place, not just in the physical world, but within his own consciousness. The young prince who had once dreamed of cosmic glory and imperial dominance had been transformed through suffering and wisdom into something far more valuable, a leader who understood that true greatness lay not in personal achievement, but in creating conditions where others could flourish. The reports that reached him from across his growing realm spoke of innovations and improvements that emerged from the initiative of ordinary citizens rather than imperial decree. Farmers were developing new crop varieties. Artisans were creating unprecedented works of beauty and utility. Scholars were pushing the boundaries of knowledge in directions he had never imagined. The empire was becoming something genuinely greater than the sum of its parts, a living organism capable of growth and adaptation that transcended any individual contribution. The letters he received from other ascended beings who had witnessed his resurrection and restoration efforts reflected a mixture of admiration, skepticism, and cautious hope. Some of his divine peers remained convinced that any attempt to rebuild mortal civilization was doomed to eventual failure, while others expressed interest in learning from his experiences and perhaps attempting similar projects in their own domains. These conversations among cosmic beings were laying the groundwork for collaborative efforts that might eventually address challenges too large for any single empire to handle alone. Yet perhaps the most meaningful correspondence came from ordinary citizens who wrote to express their gratitude, not for miracles or divine intervention, but for the opportunity to participate in something meaningful and lasting. These letters spoke of personal fulfillment found through contributing to community welfare, of children who were growing up with hope and ambition, rather than mere survival instincts, of elderly people who were experiencing joy and purpose in their final years, rather than simply waiting for death. As the sun began its daily journey across the desert sky, painting the golden spires of the new capital with light that seemed to promise endless possibilities, Azir offered a prayer of gratitude to the cosmic forces that had granted him this second chance at building something worthy of preservation. The empire that was emerging from the ashes of ancient catastrophe would face its own challenges and perhaps eventually experience its own decline, but it was being built on foundations of wisdom, compassion, and humility that offered hope for graceful adaptation rather than catastrophic collapse. The legacy he hoped to leave was not another monument to individual greatness, but proof that even the greatest mistakes could become the foundation for eventual wisdom, that even the most complete failures could be transformed into opportunities for growth and redemption. The golden future that stretched ahead was not guaranteed. No future ever was, but it was being built by hands, guided by hearts that had learned to value cooperation over conquest, wisdom over mere power, and the patient cultivation of lasting prosperity over the fleeting satisfaction of immediate glory. In these final moments of our tale, as we prepare to return to our own lives and challenges, perhaps we might reflect on the eternal questions that Azir's story has raised. What does it truly mean to leave a legacy worth preserving? How do we build institutions that can survive our own mortality? And what wisdom can we gain from the cycles of rise and fall that shape both individual lives and entire civilizations?